Rejoice, your lass is here. Good. Your lass is live. Discord? Yeah, jump in now. Voice chat, my good man. Easy. Nobody cares. Okay, let's bring up the chat. Boom. There we go. Team manager. No, 582. I'm only 18 short. Ta-da! Hello everyone. Your lass is here. Victorian villain. James Whitaker Wright tonight. Right, let's go to the voice chat and bring him up. Multiverse. Andy.
Good evening, Katie and friends.
Good evening,
Good
Andrew.
evening.
Rejoice, everyone. Andy is here. Right, where shall we go to first? You said that video's only 6 minutes. I might just bring that up to begin with. Might be easier.
I've just found us a new one that's 30 minutes long, but I haven't even begun to watch it.
You know, whack it in the well, you can just see what it is and I can look it up.
Looks good. It looks good. Shall we ease ourselves into it and wait for a few others to show?
Yes, we will wait for people. What if I went into the
Yeah,
I
so
went
like,
into
have you been streaming a lot? I've been
I missed
busy,
yesterday.
really busy.
I stopped yesterday because I'd been doing too much, especially with the right, Wednesday, yes, done stream. Thursday, obviously, I ruined myself, and so did Kev. We both streamed until roughly 5 AM because
I bet you were both crestfallen about that terrible news about Gorton and Denton and the drug dealers getting in with their strange foreign languages and whatnot.
Ardew's the third the third biggest spoken here in the UK. So, and there's Urdu community in Gorton and parts of Manchester. So it makes electoral sense. I don't know what they were getting so butthurt about. Oi, Matt, fuck off. I loved what Jim done Lucy Powell.
I have just started watching Navarra's video called "The Establishment's Deranged Response to Green Victory."
I've been reading
some nice shots
some...
of Matt Goodwin looking really cross and upset and crying, nearly crying.
Yeah.
Turn me on.
Oh, the cope has been delicious. And she actually admitted
Matt Goodwin's tears arouse me.
Yeah, she actually admitted. So Lucy Powell admitted at the count after it was announced that maybe they should have let Burnham run. You think you should have talked to Shabana then, Lucy? She was the main one that fucking. She was right. Lucy Powell was part of the reduced down NEC. So there's the full NEC's 39 members, and it was only 10 people who decided. She was the lone dissenting voice saying, "Yeah, let him run." The other 9, including our Home Secretary, said no. Must protect dear leader at all fucking costs. And now they went and lost one of the safest Labour seats known.
Yeah. Yeah, and
was
I hearing something like it was about 126, 127?
120, Zach said there was 126 on their target seats. Like there's 40 seats where they finished second to Labour in 2024. So those are the important ones that they were going to target the next general election. This one was way down the list because they thought safe Labour seat, 50%.
So this is one of the really difficult ones. So theoretically,
they've had that seat for nearly over a century, somewhere around a century. So 100 years essentially they've had that seat. And just because they were trying to protect Keir Starmer, they threw away one of their safest seats. So it proves that because Hannah won on Thursday night, that they can take the 40 that they finished second in 2 years ago. Essentially, they're all now up for grabs by the Greens. Just on the altar of protecting Sir Keir Starmer. He's ruined. He's gubbed at this point. He really shouldn't be Prime Minister, party leader, let alone Prime Minister at this point. But we will see what happens. If I get my much awaited for bloodbath, he is completely fucked at that point. Right,
yeah,
he's going to lose a lot. He's going to lose a lot up here, but it looks like they're going to get fucking wiped out in Wales, which has never been known. Like this, if this actually happens and Plaid take all their areas, he's gubbed. He's fucked. He's fucked. No Labour Prime Minister has ever lost Wales, ever. So keep your fingers crossed, because if that actually happens, he's ruined. There's no point in him being. I worry about who comes next, though. Probably Ways. Oh, I'd be scared. There might be movers, that people on manoeuvres essentially. Watch out for Steve Reid, local government and housing. He's a sneaky bastard.
Oh yeah, pure McSweeney faction.
Oh yeah.
Possibly even more McSweeney than McSweeney.
So Lucy Powell, Shabana Mahmood, Steve Reid, Yvette Cooper. Mind you, she predates Labour Together. She was one of Blair's babes. That's not aging well, is it? What is
what's the word on? So I got to read Starmer's letter to Labour MPs about how Zach Polanski just deals meth to children and like plays records backwards to summon demons, and you know how Zach Polanski is. But then what seemed to happen in the days following was that there was a bit of reportage around like a Labour civil war against the left of the party. Actually, the whole of the party sort of pushing Starmer to go in a left or a different direction. I mean, is there any actual truth to that, or is it just wishful thinking? Or will it actually come to anything? Do you think?
Who have we got? We've got two people in Helena's chat, No Justices chat community essentially, who are still Labour members, but they're just there for spying reasons. And I've got one as well who is still in his CLP. Elron, you know Elron, don't you? So he's still in his CLP in Wallasey, just outside Liverpool, just purely to keep an eye on his MP, Angela Eagle. Eco Hazard. Let's see if I can find this one that you said that's only 6 minutes. Videos, not shorts, videos.
Oh, so I can put that in the Numptyverse chat now. Oh, yeah, helps to put the link in.
Where is it?
Excuse me.
Trying to find this one. I'll move you over there because I'm actually hitting my phone. Oh god, I've still got auto rotate on. Fuck. Take off auto rotate. Thank you.
Oh yes, I've put the link in the. You know, I may as well put it in Twitch if anybody coming in would like to give the video a like. Yeah.
What's it actually called? Give me a minute, I'll look it up again. Where is it? Silver mining and suicide. Oh, can you fucking type silver mining and suicide? Ah, there it's there. Got it. Fantastic. Thank you, Andy. I've got it. Here it's here. Let's go. Boom. 6 minutes.
The early history of the underground is filled with colourful characters and dodgy dealing, but few characters are more colourful and few dealers more dodgy than James Whitaker Wright. Wright was one of the early backers of the Bakerloo line, or as it was known then, the Baker Street and Waterloo Railway. A little about Mr. Wright. Born in Stafford in 1846, he emigrated to Canada in 1870 and then on to Philadelphia, where he made his fortune in silver mining. Not, you understand, by striking it rich in the silver fields, but through promotion of mining companies. As seems to so often be the case with these entrepreneurs, the companies made him plenty of money, but didn't do their shareholders much good. In fact, he was a millionaire before he hit 30. In the 1890s,
Wow.
he returned to Britain and formed the London and Globe Company, which again was in the mining line. Wright was something of a showman and liked to befriend aristocrats and put them in directorships, the better for inspiring confidence in his companies. All work and no play makes Whitaker a dull boy, and he
Probably a good
he
point
built a
to
large
pause it
mansion
there
at
and
Wickley Park
bounce
in
off
Surrey,
some of the stuff.
which boasted, among other features, a conservatory and smoking room at the bottom of the lake. Small-timers put an aquarium in the lounge. Wright put a lounge in the aquarium. He also took up yacht racing, having a lot of experience in pulling fast ones, ha ha ha. And now we come to the Bakerloo line. The idea of a line along that route was an old one and had had at least 3 previous incarnations before Wright got involved. The first was a steam railway, like the Metropolitan, that would run from Baker Street to Charing Cross, designed to allow full-size trains to run from north to south. The next scheme was a pneumatic-powered railway from Waterloo to Charing Cross, which came so near to beginning constructions that components were already being made by the time the company collapsed in 1866. Next up was the Charing Cross and Waterloo Electric Railway Company, which proposed a line from Trafalgar Square to Waterloo in 1882. However, this couldn't raise money because no one had any confidence in those crazy newfangled electric railways. In
That's a
1890,
shame.
the City and South London Railway proved that actually electric traction was the future, and this led to a late 19th, early 20th century tube mania with countless proposed schemes for lines. What would become the Bakerloo was inspired, according to a pamphlet published by the company, by cricket. Apparently, the businessmen of Westminster wanted a quick route to Lord's Cricket Ground. What wasn't cricket was the difficulty of raising funds. Enter Whitaker Wright. Wright, like a lot of investors from America, took an interest in the concept of underground railways. Historians are divided as to why. Some say it was an attempt to gain respectability in his home country. Others that he simply wanted to diversify his portfolio. Personally, I think he probably just figured the tubes were easy money, like everyone else. They weren't. He floated a bond issue which didn't hook many fish, and people started to doubt the great promoter. So Wright did something very naughty. He started shunting money from one of his companies to another in the form of loans. Imagine loans as in sneering quote marks there. On paper, the companies appeared richer than they were, but Wright was not as clever as he thought he was, and his investors started asking tricky questions. Namely, how come these companies weren't paying dividends when they were raking it in? In 1900, the whole edifice collapsed. Wright fled first to France and then to America, but the arm of the law is long indeed, and it was in America that he was arrested and repatriated. Back in Britain, he was put on trial for defrauding investors to the tune of £3 million. Wright's misfortunes continued, as the judge he stood before was Mr. Justice Bigham, an expert in corporate law. His misconduct was dissected minutely before the jury, and he was found guilty and sentenced to 7 years at His Majesty's pleasure on the 26th of January 1904. But there was to be one last twist. Humiliated and ruined, Wright left the courtroom. In the next room he swallowed a cyanide capsule and ended his life. There, too, would have ended the story of the Bakerloo line, were it not for one of the few businessmen even shadier than Whitaker Wright. Charles Yerkes bought out the stalled company for considerably less than its directors wanted, and brought it to completion in 1906. The moral of the story is clear. If you're going to be dishonest, you'd better be good at it. Hello all. I hope you enjoyed this fraudulent episode of Tales from the Tube. If you did, a like costs nothing and subscribing pays dividends in the form of knowledge. And I'll see you soon for another Tale from the Tube.
If you're going to be a cheat, be good at it. My God, how many of them were there? Like, cheats, swindlers, and conmen? Fucking hell.
And you know, just to reflect on this, I mean, essentially, compared to the people we've been looking at, you've got the same modus operandi as Jabez Balfour. So, Whitaker Wright grew up in the church. He had parents that wanted him to go into the church, and I mean, his biographer has this theory that his father died of a heart attack after Whitaker Wright announced he was leaving the church, and his biographer has a theory that everything he did after this was to impress the rest of his family, who were really disappointed. Unlike Jabez Balfour, he was so invested in falsely inflating the value of his companies, and I mean, that London and Globe, that was essentially, it was a shell of a company. There was no value to it. I mean, Bottomley did the same thing, and again, the gold mine frauds, they were both actively inflating the value of, I think, Australian gold mines in the 1890s. And I wonder, did they... I've got to write the fan fiction on this. Did they cross paths and work together? Did they swindle one another?
Probably.
Really. And of course they were really trying to bring up the public investiture on these. And again, like Monty Gregory, Whitaker Wright he was puffing up his business acumen to make him appear to be more than he actually was. But like Bottomley and Jabez, he had a level of charisma that the common people allegedly thought was a good thing. I mean, his funeral was, people genuinely upset. It was a huge turnout, even though by that point he had been completely unmasked. I guess it's a Boris Johnson phenomenon, isn't it?
Well, they always seem to crop up, don't they? It's mad. Well, there's definitely some sort of pattern happening here that these people are always within a certain age and up to no good, swindling people and stuff like that. So we really should notice the signs now, but some people still fall for these swindlers, these absolute stains. Make it make sense. We keep on saying, no, didn't you fucking trust them? And we give out points and look, they've done it this way back then, done it during this time period, doing this and stuff like that. And they always seem to end up in either the House of Commons or the Lords for fuck knows what reason, because vested interests and all that other bollocks. It's rather disheartening at times. But I'm here for the long haul, actually educating people about, look, they've done it back then and they're doing the same now, just with more zeros involved.
I mean, if we... So we've got the mining thing, and he after sort of leaving England, he went to America for about 15, 20 years, I want to say. And I mean, this was a period of great, through the 1880s, a period of great expansionism in America, and a lot of people throwing a lot of money about, so they were really just suckers for him. But then when he comes back to Britain and he has his various financial companies and property construction things, and then it all goes bust. Largely through the Bakerloo lying, in that he's shoveling money about. He's funding something with money that doesn't exist. But this fell apart only 10 years after Jabez Balfour did pretty much the same thing. I mean, a central figure that many people had their trust in. Many other not guilty businesses were tied into that just fell apart when Jabez Balfour, and in this case Whitaker Wright, sort of imploded. I think there were I read 40 stockbroker firms went down when Whitaker Wright did.
God almighty.
Just insane. So yeah.
Right. Let's see. Let's go into the. Where am I? Go to your messages. Give me a second. Oh, the Vice article. Yeah, I can get rid of the YouTube one now. Right.
Yeah, so this is a nice little interview with his biographer. I've not actually read this. I did my coverage of this story, I think, about 6 years previously.
All right.
So possibly some of my research ended up in his book. I don't know.
Oh,
I should get a hold of it and check his bibliography.
Oh God, right. Frame drops have returned. Hopefully now that I'm only just doing a news story, should work a bit. Oh, I have actually speeded up a bit. That's good. I will read. The wild story of Whitaker Wright, the con man who killed himself in court. Fun. Back in the 1990s with Henry Macrory, writer Henry Macrory read an article about an underwater ballroom made of glass that had been sitting at the bottom of a lake in Surrey for more than 100 years. Oh, God. Go away. Bloody hell, Vice.
No free advertising here.
He went to visit, and like many before him, was mesmerised. Fair enough. As an architectural folly, that these things crop up everywhere. There's McCaig's Folly in Oban that I need to get up to. It's up a hill. Feel free to look it up. Just type in McCaig's Folly, Oban. It was in a class of its own, and Macrory wondered who on earth could have built such a place. This smoking room off the mansion of a sprawling estate. Okay. He discovered it belonged to Whitaker Wright, a charming, gregarious businessman who also happened to be a giant fraud and criminal. The Bernie Madoff of his time. It's quite a description. Wright was a financier con man who bounced between England and New York, bilking people out of their money by any means necessary. Christ. Speculating in the silver mining and oil industries, seeking investment for numerous companies, selling shares to raise capital, he made millions and lost it all. Yeah. Infamously and fatally swallowing a cyanide pill in court after being convicted and sentenced to 7 years in 1904 for swindling investors. Oh dear.
Do 7 years. Oh.
7 years for what he'd done, that's fucking nothing. What's more, a loaded revolver was found on his body. This was presumably to finish off the job if the cyanide didn't work. But there has been speculation he originally planned to take out his accusers in court before turning the gun on himself. What the fuck?
Yes.
Murder? Delightful. Oh, go away, Timo. Unsurprisingly, Macrory found Wright's antics every bit as fascinating as his submerged hideaway, and in 2016 started writing a book about the swindler. Okay. The details he uncovered during a year of intensive research did not disappoint. Ultimate Folly, The Rises and Falls of Whitaker Wright, out on 8th of January, is the result and offers a much fuller picture of Wright's dynamic life and robust story. Vice talked to Macrory to find out how the conman won and lost several fortunes and how capitalism makes it easy for men like Wright to manipulate the system. Here's what he had to say. Go away. Annoying. How did Whitaker Wright go from English preacher to becoming filthy rich in the New World? Good question. He became a preacher to please his father. Don't force anyone into religion. But he soon realised that, like, the quiet life of an English minister would never satisfy him.
There's another recurring motif. Oh. Just be careful if you're going to church.
He became a preacher to please us. But he soon realised that the quiet life of an English minister would never satisfy him. He craved adventure and excitement, and he decided that the New World, the Wild West in particular, was the place to find it. A risk-taker by nature, he was prepared to face danger and hardship in his quest for riches. He was cunning and clever, not clever enough apparently, and the gambles he took eventually reaped dividends, but only for a short time. Why do you think Wright's story is so uncovered in history? It's too much stuff. Other areas more interesting?
Yeah, I think there's a lot of focus on the underwater billiards room, which for me personally is the most interesting part of the story by far. I guess it just appeals the entertainment value.
Yeah.
You know, it's a good place to go in and just, I mean, we'll look at the graphics on it in a bit, but it's just fascinating. Yeah. And there you can use that as sort of a magnet to get you into the story and then explore around the edges of it.
I was looking at the pictures that you sent me. They look amazing. They do. It seems like he's only remembered for his underwater ballroom. Wright left no diaries and no letters. That's a bit of an impediment. And his immediate descendants didn't like talking about him. Holy fuck. Until recently, details of his life were sparse, and he tended to be remembered mainly for his unique underwater hideaway. Modern research tools, particularly the digitalisation of thousands of local newspapers on both sides of the Atlantic, enabled me to fill in many of the gaps in his story. That's a good thing. In this way, I was able to present a far fuller picture of his extraordinary life than was previously possible. Wow.
That's... So I wonder, the rendering, yeah, that appears to be one of the underwater tunnelways.
Mm-hmm.
So he, I think I'd go on to talk about it in this article, possibly, but just to foreshadow or give context around it, he employed sometimes 500, 600 men on a single shift to take 50 acres of land and just work them. He built 3 artificial lakes But on one of them, he first had this sort of smoking room or billiards room built. There was a library down there, and the lake was built on top of it. So, he could have his guests. They would access it by two locations. There was a hidden doorway in a forest where they could go down a spiral staircase, or they would take a boat out to the middle of the lake and dock at a sort of artificial island and go down. Wow. And they would sit and read or drink or play cards while fish swam past. Sometimes people, sometimes boats. I just learned tonight there seemed to be 2 yachts on the lake, so it's much bigger than I previously thought.
Wow. That's amazing. Bloody hell.
Yeah.
Okay, Rending of Rights, underwater ballroom before submersion.
That's sort of just the kind of lattice work you see on the glass. It's very much a feature, and the sort of the kind of the dome. The way the glass is laid out, the sort of patterns and stuff, is very typical of what we see when we get to the images of this underwater ballroom or billiards room, as I prefer to think.
Just looking at this, it is giving Crystal Palace, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. Yeah.
Yeah. Wright won and lost several fortunes. Fun. And what type of mindset and drive did he have? Apparently a rather ambitious one. He was a man of extraordinary ambition and determination. Yeah. I suspect that what drove him deep down was the feeling that he had let down his devout, God-fearing parents. Fair enough. His resignation as a minister, followed by the collapse of an early business venture in England, must have come as a shock to them, and it is probably no coincidence that his father died shortly after it. Fuck. It's my belief that he spent the rest of his life trying to prove to the rest of his family that he wasn't the failure he had initially appeared to be. That sort of drive and maybe unscrupulousness usually makes you come a cropper, unfortunately, as we've seen with other Victorian assorted villainy or downright useless people at times. Like, you get promoted up to your level of incompetence. The politicians, anyone? How did Wright convince people to give him their money and trust? Charisma, probably. During the early 1880s, America enjoyed a period of unparalleled prosperity. Correct. Thanks largely to the expansion of the railroad, basically joining coast to coast. That was a race, literally a fucking race by the people who owned the railways and stuff. No, like your Carnegies, your Rockefellers, those type of people. They were unscrupulous, but they never got found out, essentially. Another great Scotsman, apparently, Carnegie. I say great, it's still capitalist, but Scottish capitalist. People were flush with cash, and they were up for a gamble. Maybe don't do that. Just saying. Such was the enthusiasm for buying shares that many mining companies kept sucker lists. Ho 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 ho. Oof. Not a good look, is it?
Well, and his money.
Arsalan parted. Wright was the kind of man who appealed to people's gaming spirit. He had a natural gravitas. In the buoyant climate of the time, thousands of people were prepared to entrust him with their money. Oh dear. What were the attributes that made Wright a good con man? He was an outgoing man with a quick wit and a ready charm. Oh dear. Above all, he had a way with words. Also, he was a great orator. Always a good thing for a con man, I guess. An attribute he would have honed as a minister of the church. Using your rhetoric like that is sus. Just saying. As a 19th century English journalist wrote of him, he cast a binding spell over every individual, high or low, with whom he came in contact. Those with whom he did business found him affable, suave and generous, and he enjoyed his keen sense of humour. He was a welcome contrast from the usual wooden-faced financiers of the time. Brilliant.
He has inspired future generations to sort of follow his trail and look into him. I don't know if you recall a 2000s BBC show called Hustle.
Yeah. I loved Hustle.
Yeah. So apparently he was a feature of one of those episodes, along with his great grandson, who didn't actually exist, but part of the story. Another person better known, H.G. Wells, had an obsession with Whitaker Wright, and actually included his story in two of his novels, and one of them was quite direct in having a character based upon Whitaker Wright.
Oh wow, I didn't know that.
Neither did I until this evening.
Wow. It's been years since I've read Wells.
Yeah, me too.
The way they flipped that, they gender flipped. Do you remember a programme called Warehouse 13?
Oh yeah, I've seen a few of those.
And the H.G. Wells, they gender flipped. She was called Helena Grace Wells, and her brother was the face saying, "Oh no, these books were written by this man, not this woman, because patriarchy. How can a woman write like this? We are but just lowly little females at the end of the day, especially back then."
That was a spin-off from Eureka, wasn't it?
It was indeed, yeah. Same production.
I've seen a few more of those. I love the concept pitch. A town where everything is Fortean and weird and alien and unusual.
A lot of socialists had eugenics leanings. John, Rejoice comrades, John the Brazen, in the chat. Hi, John. More
Welcome,
Victorian
John.
villainy. Yeah, there was another one back in the day. Was it George Bernard Shaw? He never said concretely if he was a socialist or not, but the Fabians, they were eugenicists as well. Someone in the early Labour movement, back in the day when the Labour Party started, damn it, Ramsay MacDonald. He was a socialist and he was a eugenicist and wanted to not make us have hysterectomies. He wanted to basically get men to have the snip, like doing birth control, but doing it with the men and not the women, the people who could get pregnant. I always found that
Ramsay MacDonald.
Yeah.
Goodness.
Yeah, he was a eugenicist and interested in family planning from the male aspect. I've always found that fascinating. Like a lot of them were, don't get me wrong, there was ones, the biggest proponent will be no fucking surprise, Churchill. He wanted to control the poors. God forbid we should breed too much and all that bollocks. And I will keep on saying this until my last breath, that Churchill was a fucking monster. being a Scot, I have that right. I can say that about that fucker.
So I quite like this this image here. You can see behind.
Really good, yeah.
Yeah, so that's a rendering of Whitaker Wright reading the newspaper, and it's by the
wife.
Yeah, as far as I remember, he was married, and I think this article makes reference to mistress, and I've got my theories about that actually when we come to that. You see again the domed lattice glass behind, so. I mean, I think this is meant to indicate that this is, again, part of the underwater billiards room.
Good point, John.
So you had it's an underwater man cave, essentially.
It is, yeah. The engineering that must have went into this entire project must have been mental.
Yeah.
Don't get me wrong, it probably would have looked awesome. I quite like the idea of an underwater ballroom. You know, like the way if you managed to control the lighting properly within the place, within the ballroom, it would have looked absolutely amazing. You'd need to make sure that you had it maintaining any sort of plant life or pond life, which is what grows underwater and stuff. You'd have to make sure that you're on top of that. Make sure people can dive down and do underwater gardening, essentially. But it would have looked amazing.
Yeah. I mean, I suppose we've got modern day equivalents. We do, yeah. Eurotunnel and various tunnels, I suppose, under the seas.
Yeah. So doing it back then, quite a feat.
Yeah.
Did his secrets destroy him? Short answer, yes.
Yes.
Wright had many secrets. Yeah. The biggest of the lot, known only to him for well over a year, was that his 3 main companies had become empty shells and were doomed to fail. Not good. If he had come clean straight away, he might have salvaged something from the wreckage. Be sure your sins will find you out then, or your secrets will find you out. Instead, he delayed the inevitable by cooking the books. Oh dear, not good. This had the effect of making matters far worse. Really, I'm shocked. And in that sense, he was destroyed by his secrets. Investors chased him from New York to England and then back again. Fucking hell. Did Wright think he could escape everything? Maybe. Wright was so rich and powerful that he probably believed nothing could touch him. Not good. He was genuinely amazed when detectives arrested him in New York in 1903. He told them it was all a misunderstanding and that he was a friend of the king. Holy fuck.
I've got to object, because the king could never have friends that do bad things.
Oh dear God. He was sure that he would quickly be released, but the game was up and he was in for an unpleasant shock. Yes. How was he finally apprehended, taken to trial and sentenced to 7 years in prison for his financial crimes? The British authorities didn't believe there was enough evidence to try him successfully. Okay? And they refused to sanction a trial. That's the one thing, unless they are guaranteed to actually win the case, they usually don't bring the perpetrator to court. Unless it's literally cast in iron that they're going to actually get a conviction, they usually just leave it be. Especially back then. Modern investigative techniques and other sort of evidence gathering things, they usually come to trial eventually. But back then they basically said, we can't actually prove this, and just drop it. So,
yeah, that was entirely the case.
Yeah. Eventually a group of angry shareholders, oh dear, managed to raise enough money to fund a private prosecution. Wright fled to America, but a warrant was issued for his arrest and he was brought back. The case was heard in the Royal Courts of Justice in London in 1904. It was Wright's bad luck that he appeared before a judge who was hostile to him from the start, and that he had to face a gruelling cross-examination by one of Britain's most brilliant prosecutors. Oh dear. How did the media of the day treat a historian? How much of your research consisted of reading old articles? I would guess most of it. And we're having trouble finding that. Until his downfall, the media of the day tended to give Wright favourable coverage. My God, journalists not doing their job or being corrupt? Never been known. They loved a success story. Why were they covering Wright then? On top of that, he had a number of corrupt journalists in his pocket. Fucking hell. Some things never fucking change. Some things never fucking change.
That he liked to flash about that he was a success, much as I was going to say Nigel Farage or Boris Johnson. These figures that like to claim that they're worth so much, and really when you sort of
probably Tice as well. Probably Tice as well.
Yeah, possibly, yeah.
Not surprisingly, his death caused a sensation. No shit. Literally taking a cyanide pill in the fucking courts. That's quite a way to take yourself out.
There you go, yep.
The New York Times put it well, even in his life, which, with his rise from poverty to enormous wealth, I don't think he was in poverty, I think he was like middle class, I would have classed him. He didn't come from complete penury, like most of British people back then, even now. With his rise from poverty to enormous wealth was full of dramatic incidents. There was nothing that could compare with his manner of death. Yeah. All London tonight is thrilled with the news of it. No such human tragedy has been enacted in England for many a year. What the fucking... Don't relish it.
Yeah, I read that. I thought it was a bit jarring, and then I read it back again. Well, it is. It's kind of celebrating the death, somebody killing themselves. Yes, the press, odd wherever you go.
Odd, irreverent, scummy, bottom feeders, some of them. Just don't revel in someone's death, especially how he took himself out. That's just crass, man. Fucking hell. Ugh. I feel horrible reading that. I read hundreds of...
I gotta put myself in their position, though. As being raised a Christian, I struggled with the morality for a number of years of removing from this plane of existence somebody who is incredibly evil and bad and screwed up, who our existence might just be better off without.
Yeah.
And I do have this bit, like, if you come to me tomorrow morning and tell me Boris Johnson or Rishi Sunak or Liz Truss is dead or Donald Trump, I'm going to do a Scooby dance. I'm going to party all day.
For Trump, for me it'll be Trump. I
think
going
a lot of
in,
people will. Yeah.
For me, it would be like Trump going, or fucking Cameron or Osborne, because those right, Trump's fucking a lunatic, and Cameron and Osborne are ghoulish bastards.
I think Trump is probably the figure that, if Trump popped his clogs tomorrow, I think there's a lot of people who probably wouldn't previously have celebrated the death of somebody, would kind of turn quite a bit, would rejoice, would be really happy that had happened. I think it would be a great uniter. I think
it probably would be, yeah.
If we got rid of Trump, we could probably have world peace for a day.
Probably, yeah. What I like to think is what like Melania or his kids would think. We don't, obviously they crop up in the news every now and again and stuff like that. I think Melania will be relieved. Finally I'm free. And stuff like that. But with seeing how his kids would react, they must realise that he is old. He's near 80 for fuck's sake. Just like quite a lot of like senators and people in the House of Representatives. All of them are old crusty bastards. I read hundreds of such articles during my research, but I relied on many other sources as well. In particular, I tracked down Wright's great-great-nephew, who gave me access to a large archive of family papers. That's good.
Rude journalist.
Yeah, actually doing the hard graph of tracking down the descendants of these people is always a good thing. So he's actually, yeah, that's actually quite decent for a journalist to do. Like, quite a lot of them don't do that. They're lazy bastards.
Yeah. It seems to me that the only good, true journalists working in the mainstream nowadays are working on books or private eye.
No, like, I like Paul Holden and Matt Kennard. They're about, The Fraud is on my Amazon wish list. I'll need to get it at some point. There's a couple of other things that I need to buy off my benefit on Tuesday. But The Fraud's on my book, on my to-read list, which just keeps on growing. I left us with a growing book list, never been known. Fucking hell. How is Wright's ultimate downfall as dramatic as his ascent? The collapse of Wright's companies was largely unforeseen and took place on the last trading day of the 19th century. Fair enough. Oh dear God, French. It was a true Yeah, sorry, French. I do apologise. Moment. Thousands of investors were ruined and suffered huge losses. They must have been bitter. And 20 firms of London stockbrokers went under. Fucking hell. They took out stockbrokers. Fuck. Not that I'm not a big fan of stockbrokers. The story was headline news with masterly understatement. Still happening today. The Times of London commented that the last settlement of the century has certainly terminated in a deplorable manner. Rejoice, comrades. Leckersman Kellen. Hi, Leckers. Welcome in. Victorian Villainy tonight with Andy. Welcome in. Welcome in. Do you think capitalism makes it easy for men like Wright to manipulate the system to their benefit? Short answer, yes. Wright played the capitalist system for all it was worth. Never been known, apparently. And the rules of the game, or rather the lack of rules, definitely a lack of rules, made it relatively easy for him. For instance, in the America of those days, it wasn't illegal to boost the value of a failing mine by dumping wheelbarrow loads of silver-rich or gold-rich ore into it. Salting the claim, as the practice was called. That's shady. Don't do that.
No.
What the fuck? In England, bizarre though it seems now, it wasn't even an offence to produce a false balance sheet. What the fuck? That's mad. That's fucking mad. Hardly surprising. Wright didn't find it hard to manipulate the system to his benefit, just like other people of the day. I am doing well, Leckers. If a little bit cold. Oh dear God, it's still fucking 3 degrees. Ugh. I will say again, I hate winter. It can fuck off. How would a man like Wright fare in today's world? Dear God. I'd try not to think about shit like that. And who could we compare him to in modern times? There's plenty of them. Wright would have found it more difficult to succeed in modern times. Better regulation, better overwatch and shit like that, because of people like him, oddly enough. He took advantage of loopholes. Some of them probably still exist because reasons. He took advantage of loopholes in the law which have since been closed. Some of them still exist. On top of that, much of the financial press was corrupt. And he won favours from journalists by selling them shares on the cheap. That is illegal now, not allowed to do that. That hopefully would never happen today. Really?
No.
Green sell anyone? David Cameron? Right? In my book, I have compared him to Bernie Madoff in terms of his greed and shamelessness. Was Wright more roguish hustler, conniving swindler, or a mix of both? Mix of both?
That's a question.
I would say a mix of both, really. More conniving swindler, really, but with some roguishness thrown in for good measure. He was undoubtedly a hustler, but I tend to think he was an out-and-out crook who deliberately set out to swindle people.
Well, that's where I definitely got to interject, because everything I've read about him says he really was. This guy was a crook by intent.
Yeah,
there may be a bit of them that thought, oh yeah, I'll do right by people, but it's a pattern of criminality and an existence within a sort of a little bubble or a little echo chamber where everything's just fine, and oh no, I never meant to do anything wrong, so therefore I didn't do anything wrong. He was a swindler, he was a fraudster.
Yeah.
Numerous for decades.
Yeah, I agree. Key to this is that he was Key to this is a social climber, oh dear God, who managed to become friends with the future king. And other members of the British royal family. End them now, please. Thank you. His position in society was important to him, and he didn't want to jeopardise that. No shit. Many astute observers of the time believed he was an essentially honest man, citation needed, who made a lot of money for a lot of people, and who only crossed the line into criminality towards the end of his career and then out of desperation. I kind of disagree with that.
I think towards the end of his career was when he got found out.
Yeah. Oh, look, I'm sorry. No. You know exactly what you were doing, at least in my estimation. Huh. My God. No, I don't think this man was honest.
I've some interesting things to say about the end of his story and courts that I'll come on to later, but I'm really fascinated by this underwater billiard room. I'm just going to take a toilet break though.
So Matt, we are sorry everyone. Both of us will be back momentarily. Please stand by. Thank you, everyone. Bear with us.
If you too would like to use the toilet, if you're upstairs, it should be the first door at the top. Maybe across the hall. Yes. Go and avail yourself for a short intermission. There will be no music while you wait unless you have music playing.
Oh, no. I'm not risking it anymore. I've always been copyright claimed. Can't risk it. In the window here. There we go.
Just a reminder that the bar is now open, and your hosts Katie Marshall and Andrew Luke will return shortly to the centre stage. Just going to mute myself again because I've got quite a few pills to pop. Yes, actually, why not pop some pills with me? If you do like to take some medication to help you through the day, and it's that time when you should be, take some pills, take some meds. Tonight I will mostly be taking medication for epilepsy, diabetes, and, just those two.
Oh, there we go.
Thank you, Elron, and welcome.
Elron! Rejoice, comrades! Elron Hubbard. Sorry about that. I was rummaging through my clothes horse to get a pair of socks because my feet are fucking freezing. Welcome in, Elron. More Victorian villainy with Andy. Give me a moment till I get the feet covered. Having cold feet is not good. There we go. Oh, these are so fluffy. Rejoice, fluffy socks. Right. Far too many crumbs on my feet. Oh, that's better. Ah! Hello. 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 No. Hello. There we go. Hello. Close horse. Drying horse. Or drying rack.
Tonight I am a test monkey for Jardiance, Lipitor, and Fultium.
There we go. Close rack.
Close horse.
It's called a close horse here in Scotland because they did used to be they were equated to look like a horse for reasons. Who knows? I don't know how it got named a close horse. Just really
Elron offers the alternative spelling of close horse.
Very funny, Elron. Very funny. Let's. Where is it? Go back. There's the Wikipedia.
So you might like to, yes, underwater billiards. Have you got the link handy, or would you like it over?
I've got it.
Ah.
Do you see it?
Right, so I may as well do my little introduction to this. So this was part of my, back when I was a comic book maker, I was approached by my collaborator on the Absence Epilepsy comic. He was working with a very popular folk writer, Reggie Chamberlain King, to do something for the 100th anniversary of the Titanic being built and sinking. So I was already investigating the Whitaker Wright story, and the comic strip that I created ended up appearing in a homage to boys' comics called Courageous Mayhem in 2015. Anyway, so what I've based the design of the comic around this underwater billiards room, which you can see on screen. A lot of these photos come from a website called Guerrilla Exploring, which is no longer available. But what I've done with the layout of these, and we'll see as we go down, scroll down, is that they are arranged to sort of approximate the layout of the billiards room itself.
Would you like me to read? Would you like me to read this for everyone?
You may if you like, yeah.
With kind permission of Gar Shanley, a brief description of Shanley, please.
Large, gregarian, Irishman, filmmaker. Yeah, lots of fun.
Nice one. Publisher of Courageous Mayhem. Love that name. Bloody amazing. I've been allowed to print my strip therein, Underwater Billiards, with the purpose of pulling back the curtain on some of it. Nice one, Andy. Nice one. Courageous Mayhem was a satirical take on the boys' adventure comic. My own drug of choice was the 1980s Eagle and the photographic Tales of Suspense stylings of The Collector. Wow, so we have the archivist, played by myself, aged 25, aged to look closer to my current years, and then called Reverend Hal F. Wallace, a satire of Frederick Wertham, Throw Nothing Out. Frederick Wertham?
Frederick Wertham was the...
too many R's.
Comics historians will know Frederick Wertham. He was the 1940s psychologist, psychiatrist, author of Seduction of the Innocent, which was a tract, a book that, a weighty book actually, I've read it, and quite dull and dry it was too, that positioned itself to say that all comic books were really bad, encouraged children to go out and stab trees and punch each other and commit robberies. And the publication of Wertham's Seduction of the Innocent tail-ended with the start of the McCarthy hearings, and the comic book industry in America was caught in the middle of the two. So what you then had was the destruction of Bill Gaines' EC Comics line, the wonderful horror comics.
Oh, yeah, I know about those.
40 years of censorship, where people making comic books weren't allowed to create anything that didn't pass initially very, very, very rigorous censorship tests. I mean, one of the most famous parts of Seduction of the Innocents is that Batman and Robin were in a gay relationship, which we now know to be quite true, of course. Mm-hmm. A lot of focus, actually, I think Wertham might have had a point, a lot of focus on Wonder Woman and the bondage aspects, which again was quite intentional, because the creator of Wonder Woman was one of a menage a trois with a BDSM fetish interest.
Wow.
I
keep forgetting that.
Yeah, it's amazing, isn't it?
Yeah.
But essentially, Wortham was bullshitting. But just to say that with this character, Hal F. Wallace, I wanted to emulate that fundamentalist churchgoer. If you think of the wonderful satirical website of the 2000s, landoverbaptist.com,
Yeah.
which harps so excellently.
Wow.
Sorry, it's a bit of a tangent there.
No. But being able to know who everyone is a good thing. Like the main one that I remember that will probably stick in everyone's mind, especially ones who do media studies at uni, the Hays Code. Ugh. So that was for.
Is that the Scott?
No. The Hays Code was one Hollywood instituted on itself, like the whole Red Scare bollocks and shit like that. Correcting natural living for people and all that fucking bollocks. So like movies from like the late 30s until like the late 60s and stuff. So you have to show accurate depictions of good and proper living and stuff like that, and like no gay representation, treating the disabled as morally wrong and stuff like that. So the Hays Code was fucking disgusting. For more than that, go and check out Jessica Kelgren-Fosard. She's got one covering the Hays Code. And read from Overly Sarcastic Productions if you want to know more about the Hays Code.
Stick with the tangent just a moment longer. There was a UK equivalent to the Worthamism Comics Code fiasco.
A little bit. We weren't as... Right, obviously, America just doubled and tripled down on this sort of correct standard of living and all that kind of bollocks. We tried to institute it. We still made some better representation here in the UK, kind of a little bit. We kind of didn't fully double down on what Hollywood was doing, but they were the main production for like films like the silver screen and stuff. So it still kind of got imported into our media, into like our cinemas, movie theatres and stuff like that. But there was some indie productions of decent films from like in the 50s and 60s and shit like that. No, like
I was talking in terms of sorry, go ahead.
No, like Bond sometimes butted up against the Hays Code in the 60s, which was mental. Essentially, it was British actors and actresses to begin with, but then it moved more to like getting more American. Obviously, Bond was still a British person, right? Obviously, Bond was British, MI6 essentially. So Bond was always played by someone who was British or British adjacent. Like the only one that wasn't actually born in England was I've forgotten his name. He was Australian. Oh, it's the one where his wife got killed at the end. Fuck.
George Lazenby.
Well, yeah. Lazenby. Yeah, he was Australian. Thanks, and yeah, that was going to annoy me. So yeah, they tried. So
that's my favourite
because it was a British production company for most part, but with American funding. Essentially, Cubby Broccoli was the main funder, essentially, in other interests in Hollywood. So sometimes Bond had to get changed during the productions in the 60s and the early to mid 60s until the Hays Code finally they just no, and it collapsed in on itself because the Red Scare was bollocks. And being
I was going to talk about the British pushback against horror comics, which I'm a bit foggy on the details, but there's a really excellent book about it.
Yeah, I'm a bit foggy on it as well. You have to remember.
I mean, it really hit in Scotland. I mean, Scotland obviously had a number of comics publishers and still does.
Still does, yes, we still do.
But it was part of that sort of anti-communist thing, and also the Satanic Panic.
Oh dear God, of the 80s and 90s and stuff. Yeah. Plus, you had the video nasties as well in like the early 90s. That the Jamie Bulger killing was the two boys who actually done it. They were deemed that they watched too many video nasties, like horror movies and violent action movies and stuff, and they got blamed and they got banned. Like there's still a couple of movies banned here in the UK for stupid reasons. I blame Mary Whitehouse for that fucking bollocks.
Well, there's always very tenuous connections. It's like Old Man Yells at Cloud Fundamentalist Edition.
Yeah. It's just what? No. Thankfully, we're leaving
whatever parts of youth culture are associated, they will double down on, and okay, kids are stupid. Get over it.
Yeah, better parenting, maybe. Just saying. Like I read these comics in the 80s and 90s, and I've turned out okay. Lots of us have read these comics, like people with like Gen Xers and stuff have read these ones that they tried to ban and they just gave up and said fuck it. Don't get me wrong, there were still people within society saying we should ban this for the children just to protect them, blah 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 and all that bollocks, and that seems to be coming back again. And they're going to come up against the same wall yet again trying to ban this kind of stuff, because it's still you're just going to send it underground, the same like with like the war on drugs and stuff. We will find a way to get this media.
Yeah, but things were much better in the 1890s and 1900s.
Yeah.
Oh, Elrod's getting us onto the action comic. I knew that was going to come up sooner or later.
A bit before my time, Elron, being a young lass.
Yeah, I just missed it. So Action was, for those who don't know, we're way out in tangent. Let's go with it. Action was preceded 2000 AD by about 6 months to a year, and it was created by Pat Mills, who was a prime force behind 2000 AD. But Action was essentially, a lot of it was like rip-offs of popular trending films of the time. So, for example, Hookjaw, was a Jaws rip-off. Death Race 2000, and it was lots of violent, fun stories, which the censors just absolutely came down on. I think the last edition of it had the cover story featured a strip called Kids Rule OK, where there's a kid swinging roll a chain about and holding the hat of a police officer who's passed out nearby, and that was kind of it. The publisher, who I think it might have been Robert Maxwell, maybe I'm wrong, they just came down on it like really hard, and it was just gone. It was wiped from existence. Yeah, it was IPC, yeah. Martin Barker has a brilliant book, and I think Martin Barker also was the author of the horror comics book that I was talking about earlier. Or maybe they're the same. Yeah.
Okay, let's carry on.
Yes, in fact, the beautiful days of the 1890s where everything was...
Hunky dory. Yes, it was perfect. The story came out of my study of white-collar crime in England in the 1870s to the 1940s. Fucking hell, 70 years. And was first teased out of me by Stephen Downey for a sunk project about the Titanic. This is where we get the mention of Lord Prairie too many hours again. The chair of Harland and Wolff. Fucking hell. By the way, for those who do not know, that's the shipyard that built the Titanic in Shit. Belfast.
Yeah, I think this is wonderfully on theme for this Whitaker Wright underwater ballroom story, but I'll come back to that at the end because I've got new information on that supports my claim.
Who later bought and lived in Whitley Lee Park, and there were parallels between both projects that amused my inner ghoul. Nice one. Hello, Mr. Prairie. Is that a lithograph? Or is that an actual photo?
Not sure. It looks like an actual photo, but maybe I couldn't tell the difference.
Whoa. The Archivist presents Mayhem, True Story, Underwater Billiards. Lord Prairie made many trips to hotels in Europe and America. His vision of opulence above water was most famous in the case of the Titanic, though less so in Whitley Park.
So you see in a minute how I've really used tons of photo reference in this. I'm not a particularly great illustrator, but yeah, most of the visuals are taken from direct photo reference.
Correct, Eldron, yeah. So you actually drew this?
Yeah, this is by my penciled hand.
These look really good, Andy. Godalming near Surrey in a ramshackle cabin deep in the woods lay an entrance to another world. I like these kind of stairs scare the fuck out of me. I'm not good on these sort of spiral staircases because I've no sense of balance. So they kind of scare me, but the way you've drawn them, that looks really good. Honestly, you're amazing. Very talented, my dear.
Thank you. I am.
Actual photos. Looking at the similarity between my art and references, see above, I may as well have done a photo comic. I wholeheartedly agree with that. I especially like how the aerial views swirl in the same way as the staircase. Oh, the entrance. Wow. That looks like an oak door. Oh my, right, there's the actual stairs, and that is a really good depiction of the stairs. Nice one.
So these photographs were taken by this guerrilla group of explorers. They would essentially, a team of them would just go in under cover of darkness, and so I mean, this whole thing, it's all restricted, it's all private property, you can't go and visit it, so they snuck in because it's cool.
That's a shame. I'd want everyone to see this. See, I'd be holding on to this railing, this banister, for dear life going down those stairs.
It looks slippery.
Wow. Spiral staircase. Searching Flickr for Whitley Park or Lee Park turns up a lot of images. It's bad practice that I can't credit authorship to the ones included here, for I just didn't index as I collated. You can find a lot of good images, image links at the bottom of the Integrity Web blog post, The Gentleman of the Lake, as well as a lot of the textual detail on the case. Ooh. Right, feel free to describe what we're looking at here. Those aerial views look good.
Yeah. I think some of these also came from a Daily Mail article, and how the Daily Mail is, occasionally they do quite exhaustive, good journalism on unusual stuff. For some reason, I can't figure why I didn't link to the Mail Online page. Draw your own conclusions. So we have some of the aerial photographs. Whitley or Lee Park, the main sort of house or mansion. And then the images we saw above of the little shed out in the woods, there were two entrances to this underwater building, and one was out back in the forest, and one you would go down the main estate route to the lake. You would take a boat out, sail to the middle of the lake. Around the lake there were like statues to Neptune with a sword through their head. It's a very unusual sort of...
That is a rather unusual
kind of thing. Yeah, it feels very weird.
There was someone in the Hellenistic pantheon that God sacrificed in that fashion to Poseidon back in the day. We're talking about the best part of 2,000 years, over 2,000 years ago at this point. No, like a demigod, or just some rando who was sacrificed on the altar of Poseidon. But he got his head lopped off. But sometimes the representation to stop showing images like that, they had the sword through the head or through the neck, going diagonally down, like through down that way. Well, it would be from the left hand side down that way to pierce the heart and go right through the ribs. They've cropped up on like amphoran vases and stuff from like the 16 and 1700s.
Most of the descriptions I read of the statue say that the sword was going through the eye, but I think that's just... I think it's more accurate the way you've described it as through the head from an angle. I think it's just maybe the sword going through the eye is a phrase that's been picked up by one journalist and circulated to the next without fact checking it.
Yeah. You're essentially rooting around in like deep Hellenistic lore at that point, trying to represent who these individuals were and how they interacted with what they deemed as their gods, because it was a pantheon. It was polytheic, polytheic. So they worshipped the many gods.
Hi, Sozzle Snake. I believe we should say rejoice.
Rejoice, comrades. Sozzled Snake. Hi, Sozzled. Sozzled is good, people. Welcome in, Sozzled.
Yeah, we're talking tonight about Whitaker Wright, turn-of-the-century fraudster, who built this wonderful, or had 500, 600 people build this underwater billiard room. So you see this sort of latticed glass, this sort of dome layout. And some of these photographs, you can see the team of guerrilla explorers took shots of themselves underneath, inside this weird structure.
It had been convenient for Gar. I'd have constructed this double-page spread and explored the Whitley Park Island layer by layer. Time was getting on though, and I'm quite pleased with this strip, which I put out quite fast. Nice one. In the 1890s, the 1,400-acre estate was owned by James Whitaker Wright, a mining promoter with a Midas touch. 500 to 600 men transplanted hills, orchards and lakes to suit his view. Wow. The mouth of a marble granite dolphin flows fresh spring water into the largest lake. Elsewhere, a statue of Narcissus wrestling a mermaid, Neptune, piercing his eye with a sword.
Oops, I've just repeated that exact same claim. So Whitaker Wright with almost Lord Dufferin, my Neptune. So just a wee side point, Lord Dufferin, the Northern Irish lord, he was one of Whitaker Wright, friend, I guess, a business associate, picture of legitimacy. So Dufferin pretty much owned all of the county downtown Bangor. It was pretty much the Dufferin estate. That's just down the road from me, about 3 miles, and it's where I spent a number of years living. So yeah, I don't think it's a well-reported feature of Bangor. his association
Wow,
with this Bolster.
It should be. It
Yeah,
looks
we've
great.
got some great journalists here, but hey ho, it's unusual.
You do, yeah. 50
Colin
metres.
Bateman.
Yeah. 50 metres offshore, an oblong stone island. Okay. 40 feet beneath the surface, Wright had built a series of domed tunnels. He had a miniature art gallery and an aquarium where his rich guests could puff cigars and admire carp. Wow. Oh, underwater
That must have been so weird, just all the fish swimming by as you're reading a book or playing pool or underwater.
That's given Bond villain, isn't it?
Yeah, it so is. It so is. And I was thinking about the one. I don't know if it was in the last article we looked, but somebody wrote that it's more accurate to describe it as an underwater smoking room.
Oh.
Just like if you consider those two elements, which are diametrically opposed, it's almost like he built this just as a sort of an FU to nature. FU to the environment. I'm in charge now. Musk levels of narcissism.
Oh, yeah. I will say again, your drawing is absolutely amazing. The way you've depicted this looks really good.
Thank you.
I am here to big you up. Wow. That looks like a sluice gate.
Yep.
Ooh.
Oh, I'm just now noticing I've got this on the big screen, that little room with a table and chairs in it.
This one.
Yeah.
I quite like the look of those tables and chairs. They look good. Very, very okay.
As we're saying, most of the photos so far, the site's quite badly preserved. I'll come on to why that is.
Okay.
You can see, so much algae and stuff. It hasn't really been looked after over time.
Yeah, like I said, to actually maintain it and make it look good, you'd have to make sure that you're treating the algae that can grow on man-made lakes and stuff. In the centre of the page too, we have Whitaker Wright and one of his visitors, Lord Dufferin. So there we go. Where are we? I've missed. There he's there. Whitaker Wright, Lord Dufferin. Dufferin once owned most of Bangor and County Down, where I spent many a year. Many parts are still named after him, including the bedsit by Suffering Avenue.
Sorry, Dufferin Avenue. Suffering Avenue is our slang name for it.
Is it? That's fun. That's funny.
There's like a triangle, and so this indulge me in another tangent. There's like a triangle in Bangor's main part, which is all bedsits and like cheap apartments and sort of the slum part of the town. So there's Dufferin Avenue, which we called Suffering Avenue. There was Southwell Road, which we called South Hill Road, and Gray's Hill, which was Grey Hill.
Oh, wow. Further down the page, Sir James Reed, physician to Queen Victoria. So that was that her actual doctor? The official court doctor? Wow. Wright was Reed's financial advisor and a close person of Wright. What the fuck? Above, James Whitaker Wright, so that's a stylised drawing of him. I think that's the actual photo of him. Lord Dufferin and Sir James Reed. Whitaker Wright earned his fortune much like, Horatio Bottomley, another Victorian villain, through a series of investments and bankruptcies. He set up companies in America, Canada and Australia, taking advantage of the mining rushes of the 1880s and 1890s, using dodgy tactics and slipping his creditors. The odd success gave him enough to go ahead. I will say again, this man was a swindler.
Yep.
Honest my arse. more photos. That looks very claustrophobic, this tunnel one down here. And so does that, dear God. I say I've got no sense of balance, and I'm not claustrophobic, don't get me wrong. I've went through tighter spaces and that, visiting castles and stuff here in Scotland. But I always get a kind of chill going through me when I go through these sort of passages and stuff. That looks like that looks like a pit prison.
So it must have gone through during like day, but photos. So I saw a recent video of a group of people trying to get access to this underwater area, but not really getting far. Everything was locked up, and they did have. It's on a YouTube video somewhere, but there's not much to see other than to satiate a base curiosity. But just to say that it was, I mean, they had security guards patrolling the grounds, and so these people, these shots are taken from, I think, about 2008 to 2010.
All right.
So it must have been less well guarded back then.
Yeah, it definitely seems like it. My favourite reference was the Guerrilla Exploring blog, where a bunch of extreme archivists snuck in through close to the public to capture the goodies. Good for them. This was really the only way to gather information on the park, and the commentary they provided allowed me to connect all the photographs that I have to form a significant map of the place. See? There we go. Here's all the photos.
So that's all the components arranged side by side in the best way that I could figure out sort of how it looks on the map. So you've got the bits in at the very top of that big image, you know, being the surface level, and then the bottom of that map E at the bottom, literally.
Give me a minute. There is a redeem to check my ankles. Thank you, Sozzled. They've been kind of stiff, not painful or anything, thank God for that one, but still kind of stiff. So thank you for reminding me to check my ankles and move them a bit. I'll take my slippers off and put them up so I can actually do the full stretch. Thank you, Sozzled.
So that Guerrilla Exploring blog, it is offline. I don't know if it survives in the Wayback Machine.
It probably will.
I think it might take a bit of looking for. If it's yeah.
Oh, it's so much better moving my ankles. Super Hubby was great to me today. He went and found my, do you know resistance bands to actually help train yourself? So I use them to exercise my knees, my ankles, and my hips and my lower back. So I use them as like say if I wanted to bend my knee up, I'd put the resistance band just below the knee, so I'm pushing against it to strengthen like the connections and like the tendons and ligaments and the muscles and stuff, so I don't lose power as much in my knees, because that's the main problem. I keep on buckling. Oh no, that command, that redeem, is to actually get me to move my ankle so I don't stiffen up. Thank you so much, Sozzled. Very much appreciated. So the main one is basically hydrate, stretch, and ankles. There's another one, slate a politician. And my politician of choice recently has been Anna Sarwar, for reasons that are going to become very, very evident on Thursday the 7th of May. Haha. Anna, I hope you lose your... Hydrate. Tonight's hydration of choice is Thatcher's Haze. It'd be delicious.
I'm on Simply Orange Juice. A little product.
Anna Sarwar Right, Slater politician Anna Sarwar is a fucking idiot. Heading off into no man's land, calling for Keir Starmer to resign, and no one followed him. Anna, she fucking idiot.
To be fair, it's probably the most notable thing he's ever done in his career.
Yeah, it is actually. Don't get me wrong, I keep on calling him out for his BS. No more austerity was his cry during the 2024 election. Yeah, right, you lied. You're a stupid little puppet at the end of the day. The main puppet master is now resigned. I would say good riddance to him, but he's probably still got minions still working in number 10, so... But yes, Annas is a puppet. He is one of my list MSPs. I don't like him. I want rid of him. We're down to two. Two of them have already resigned. So that's Pam Duncan-Glancy and Polly McNeill, the other two of the other Labour list members for Glasgow. They're leaving politics. Good riddance to you ladies. Get wrecked. Hurrah!
I will be doing a my first screen cleaner, which returns, I think, the start of April. We'll have an extended feature on Scotland, BBC Scotland's debate night. Mm. So I've got some exclusive behind the scenes stuff. So I'm halfway through. I've conducted a 10-minute interview today with somebody who was. If you saw last week's episode, you will have heard about 8 minutes in my friend Lewis asking if they couldn't just sort out Scotland's health issues with an independent Scotland, coming out with some quite indie Scotland rhetoric, like head on. So I've been talking to Lewis about his experiences debate night and getting to ask questions and that.
Nice one.
And a few other little key snippets that kind of just fell into my lap. So
cool. It's on my watch later list. I'll get round to it. We could maybe go on to after this if you want.
If you like.
Cool.
I've still watched the last 15 minutes. It was hard going, but a lot easier in the question time.
Oh wow, this is really. Oh, look at the horsehair wig. That's good. Getting these horsehair wigs looking good in drawings. I know artists up in Perth who just do it as a side hobby. Essentially, none of it's published and stuff, but I have seen it when I've went up and visited. I've met with this illustrator and artist. Her job is a graphic designer, essentially. So she's freelance. She's on Fiverr. They hire her to do she goes, you know those court drawings you get, because you can't get you can't go in and take photographs in the court, so you get artist renderings of what's happening in the court, and they get published. That's what she does. She really is quite good at it, but she uses like a computer program and stuff. She's got a Mac, not a PC. She likes her Mac setup. It's really good for artists, apparently. Whitaker Wright was also involved in building the costly Bakerloo line. Suspicion, stock market collapse, savings... Oh, no, hang on. Whitaker Wright was also involved in building the costly Bakerloo line in London. In late 1900, he announced no dividend would be paid. Wright was cross-examined by the great Rufus Isaacs. Fraudulent balance sheet constructed, cashing the holdings to spend on Whitley Park.
That's a very tiny, but quite an accurate drawing of Rufus Isaacs. I'm quite pleased with that.
This one here. That looks really good.
No, he's questioning the middle panel, the guy in that. Yeah.
His advisors permitted him a whiskey break. The cyanide potassium could have killed 3 men. A loaded revolver was also found. Oh my god. This is brilliant. Wow. Lord Mersey ruled guilty. Lord Prairie, designer of the Titanic, bought Whitley Park and lived there with his wife until his death in 1924. Oh look! The iconic Harland and Wolff. You can still see them, can't you?
You walk about Belfast any day in a good or even poor light, and what is it, Samson and Goliath they're called?
Yeah, Samson and Goliath, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it's a very simple, basic, but there's something to look at in my city and make me think, we're in Belfast, this is great. Yeah.
So indeed, think carefully. Indeed, think carefully before you decide to become a supervillain with your own underground lair, or you just might end up in the archives. Oh, that is fun. I like that. That is great. Yes, he was a supervillain.
So, just as we get to the court stuff, actually, as we are here, well, I have a wee paragraph highlighted. I don't have many notes left for this, but I do have some stuff on the court thing. So let's see if there's anything I can add to that.
No problem, carry on.
Right. So it just says he amassed £200,000 on the New York Stock Exchange, which fuck knows what that's worth today.
200,000. So what year are we talking here?
This would be about 1900.
Give me a minute. I'll lose my phone for a second. I'm losing my child off my phone for a second. So,
including in gold, travel, financial corporations, and consoles.
$200,000 or pounds.
Pounds. I definitely in the millions, right?
Give me a minute.
So it turns out I don't have an awful lot more to add from my notes, but there are a few things. Worth pointing out, Justice Bigham, who judged Whitaker Wright at the end, was one of those who had Horatio Bottomley in front of him for fraud, but Bottomley managed to be much more charming and got off all of those charges. Whereas he was pretty hard on Whitaker Wright.
It'd be just shy of $7.72 million or 10 million quid.
Wow.
So just under 10 million quid in today's money, essentially.
Quite well for himself.
So that's 10 million's not bad.
So skirted around the Titanic issue. So I can't help see the thematic parallels between the Titanic, which was this great ship, which had it was like a small city, a rich person's city, out on the sea, and here you have a microcosm of the same sort of opulence under the water, which is incidentally the way the Titanic went. There's a number of other little players and themes. So Justice Bigham was, the obvious one is Lord Prairie. So when Whitaker Wright went down, Lord Prairie purchased Whitley or Lee Park. I think he purchased it in 1925. and certainly owned it until 1952 when a fire swept through the place. The whole main building was destroyed, and the sort of underwater smoking rooms were just, the billiards and the library were just left to go to rotten ruin. But I mean, also Justice Bigham, Lord Mersey, it was a judge Wright was in front of. Bigham was the leader of the public inquiry into what happened with the Titanic.
All right.
Oh, and Lord Prairie, of course, was in charge of the White Star Line, which built the Titanic. You've also got Rufus Isaacs, who was the prosecution, and later the Attorney General. Rufus Isaacs became embroiled in a scandal around the Titanic, which I'm going to touch. We can talk about in a lot more detail another week, but essentially the facts of the case are this: G.K. Chesterton and Cecil Chesterton and their editor Hilaire Belloc, popular left-wing journalists of the time, charged Rufus Isaacs and Lloyd George of benefiting from the sinking of the Titanic.
Lloyd George again.
So my memory's a bit hazy of this, but it has something to do with Marconi, the telegraphy company, and shares. So Marconi shares weren't available publicly at the point Titanic sank, but the accusation facing Lloyd George and Rufus Isaacs was that they had advance notice they were going to be sold and advance access to buying them. Of course, one of the flip sides of the Titanic going down was that Marconi shares, when they were released, the market value went through the roof.
It did, yeah.
So in the Chestertons accusing Lloyd George and Isaacs of buying these shares when they shouldn't have, it was a much more serious accusation than just insider trading. It was profiting off a great loss of human life.
How many? That's a fucking good question. How many actually died? Praise be the Lusitania for being there and rescuing some of them. Give me a minute.
Now, I've got to say. Oh, okay. Oh. Yeah, take a breath.
Question.
There should be
How
points.
How many people died on the Titanic? Holy fuck! Approximately, they don't know for certain. Approximately 1,500 people.
Wow.
Out of an estimated 2,224 passengers and crew, only 700 were saved. Oh fuck. The deaths include roughly 800 passengers, 700 crew, with most perishing from freezing temperatures in the Atlantic. Yeah.
In all my studies of the Marconi share scandal...
Oh, it wasn't the Lusitania, it was the Carpathia.
Oh, was it?
Yeah, approximately 700 to 712 people were rescued by the Carpathia. Later, 52
the Lusitania was the sister ship, wasn't
it? 52 were saved by the Lusitania about 8 hours later. It's just estimates that we've got between 1,490 and 1,490 and 1,517 are accredited as the death toll. They don't know for certain because they can't they can't go down and visit it essentially and do a detailed study. They've sent like unmanned submersibles, and there's only so much you can do with that to actually catalogue everything that's down there, including people who they haven't managed to rescue. You'd need to actually get people down there, and because of its depth, they can. It's difficult for us to go down that deep, unfortunately. And its actual position is sitting on like an underwater cliff, and they don't want to upset it because then it would fall and go even fucking deeper, and at that point everything's off the table. They can't get down that far with manned submersibles. So they can only really catalogue what's actually down there using unmanned ones, because there's no person in it, no people in it. There's only so deep that human can go, unfortunately.
It might be worth returning to the Marconi shares scandal.
Yes.
But I would just sort of put a bit of closure on from my perspective. In my studies, it looks very much like wanting to sort of believe the Chestertons and Belloc coming from the left wing and challenging these authority figures. Like, I really wanted to believe them, that there was some real foul play, but it honestly looks like Lloyd George and Rufus Isaacs were sort of acting unaware of, there was no ill intent from them.
To actually say we'd need more information, wouldn't we?
Yeah,
one way or another. Yeah,
it's something that needs a good study. That said, if we're talking closure, Lloyd George and Rufus Isaacs absolutely sued the fork out of the Chestertons, and there on Belloc's magazine just folded. So
that's a shame. I give a lot of credit to J.K. Chesterton for being a leftist back in the day. I like researching.
It was a real war between those factions, because the Chestertons were as obsessed. They were sure that George and Isaacs were guilty, and there were a few other authority figures that also bought these shares. So, Herbert Samuel, I think. Can you remember Viscount Samuel? Yeah.
I recognise the name. I'm drawing. There's certain bells ringing, but I can't bring anything back. I recognise the name, obviously.
I think, Herbert Samuel might have been one of the more benign players in the scandal. He was somebody that we talked to, or actually we would have talked about him a couple of weeks ago if you hadn't have had your fall, but he was one of the people Trebitsch, Lincoln swindled.
Was he? All right. I'm so sorry. I've watched it now, by the way. That was great work. I loved that video. Thank you. Sorry about that. Me damaging myself. I will say again, clumsy. Meh.
Did you stream it on here or watch it?
I didn't. I just watched it myself on my laptop, and Super Hubby said, "What are you watching now?" This is the one I should have actually been doing with Andy, but this is the video he done, so I'm just watching it now. And he watched part of it. Said, "My God," said, "Yeah, all the people back then, some of them were truly villainous."
If you want to get over to my YouTube channel and check that out, it's about 3 hours long of just me exercising my jaw and realising how hard Katie actually works in these live streams.
Oh, thank you, Andy. I try my best. Mind you, I'm a Scottish woman, and you can't shut me up.
we can maybe circle around to Trebitsch again sometime.
Yeah, I'd love to, because he is a fascinating figure, isn't he? I'll see if I can find out some villainy from here in Scotland. There's probably a few of them.
Yeah, and if you've got anybody with us has any suggestions for anywhere you'd like us to go and explore in terms of Victorian villains or other key, cool, historical things, I think I'm going to be sort of guesting for a while on Saturday nights. I'm really enjoying this. Thanks, Katie.
You're welcome. It's a pleasure to have you on. It really is.
I've got a
and
few
being able
other.
To educate people's great.
Yeah, I've got a few other little stories from this sort of period of history as well, that tucked away in the back pocket. And yeah. Oh, good. I've written more stuff. Yeah. Oh, so this will be on the Marconi scandal, right?
Ooh, wow. Right, here we go. You can buy a copy of Courageous Mayhem in ebook format from this link here. Cool. I will keep that in my messages for you. And
don't know
how much will it be?
There anymore.
Give me a minute. I'll click it.
Is it?
Give me a minute.
So I wrote this in 2016.
Except all.
You can buy a copy of To End All Wars in softcover or hardcover. Oh, well, goodness me. Courageous Mayhem is still available for £2.98p as an ebook.
Oh, that's getting bought on Tuesday. That's getting bought on Tuesday. That's going right onto my fucking hard drive. £3. Bring it. Yep. 26p. I like the 26 pence on this. It's quite funny. A pocketbook. Courageous Mayhem. Oh, look, it's a trench. And an early tank. That looks great. Deluxe edition. Terrific tales of daring don't. Blast it all. Only one bullet left. I have to make it count. Oh yeah, that's getting bought. I like that one. Terrific tales of daring don't. From the creators that brought you 2012's ludicrously sexy romantic mayhem, and the link, the National Tragedy Crew brings you Courageous Mayhem, a homage to boys' annuals of yesteryear. 18 contributors, 19 stories, 84 pages, jam-packed with full-colour adventure, suspense and stiff upper-lip courageous mayhem.
Goodness, 84 pages. I might buy a copy myself because I don't think I have mine anymore.
Oh, wow. Yep, there we go. That's getting bookmarked. KT Moto 546 at Yahoo. .co.uk.
Oh.
Sign up.
You get 30% off Courageous Mayhem. Wow.
Motorcycle.
I am just going to take a toilet break. This is
no problem.
Good a time as any to. You can, yes, tinkle music. Maybe not.
I can put some music on. I can maybe risk it a bit.
You'd sing for us.
Oh, I've done karaoke in the past. I will not subject people to my singing. Don't get me wrong, I've actually came second in a karaoke competition back in the day. Been a while. Last time I was in a karaoke was last summer actually. Oi, give me my music. God damn you. Let's see. Yes, Overboard. This song is brilliant. Everyone, go and follow Sail North. He is awesome. And Luria is fucking amazing. Give me the video. Ah, wrong. No. Go back. Video.
Touch is like a tempest, her whisper is a breeze. But when she has a temper, it brings me to my knees. Her beauty is a terror, there's a storm inside her eyes. She dances like a hurricane and kills me when she cries. Whoa, won't let go, no. I got other ships to see. I'm freer than a swallow. The wind is home to me. My song will make you love me. That's why you danced aboard. But you knew exactly what it was when your feet first left the shore.
Other fools like me, treading water, shipwrecked and free. I could leave, but all I know is overboard and washed out to sea, drowning in your open arms with other fools like me. Treading water, shipwrecked and free. I could leave, but all I know is I'm in too deep. Deep.
She has got such an amazing voice. Praise be Luria.
That was cool.
She's good, isn't she? I fucking love her. And Sail North is really good as well. I try to encourage everyone to go and follow Sail North because he produces all his music himself. Really, really good. I've got a funny feeling that Luria is Irish. You said you found one that was half an hour long.
Yes, it should be in the our Numptyverse server chat.
Give me a minute, go down to a Numptyverse.
I have not seen this. I watched, I think, the first couple of minutes, and it looks pretty well polished.
Yeah, you can trust YouTube as far as you want to, if you wish. Minimize you. Feel free to pause and add information.
In the hills of Surrey,
if anybody would like to give
there is a lake.
A thumbs up to the piece that we kicked off with, or actually many of you weren't here, so if you'd like to go and check that out or check out our coverage, I've just posted that 6-minute piece on Whitaker Wright and the London tube system in chat.
For those of you who are in the Numptyverse, I can in the Numpty Women Discord, I can DM it to you, or I can put it in one of the actual channels. Andy sent it to me as a DM on Discord, and I can put it in the. Where would we put it? It's not far right wankery, just general. Maybe history. I've got a history channel.
Yeah.
I could put it in there. Oh look, sorry. The Victorian billionaire who built a ballroom that shouldn't exist. Christ, it's only a month old, so this is pretty recent.
Oh. Lucky find.
Shall we?
It covers 32 acres and sits on private land, surrounded by woodland that has grown wild over the past century. The estate that once surrounded this lake was called Whitley Park.
That looks opulent. That's quite... I like the columns. Very of the era.
Oh, gorgeous looking, yeah.
Well-maintained gardens as well. They look good. They look good. You know, like they all take inspiration from Capability Brown, because he was one of the first ones to actually do these sort of manicured stately parks and stuff. You know, those old country piles and everything that they get called. So he'd done lots of these kind of can they be called installations? I suppose they could be called installations, kind of. You know, like proper manicured that look set out and use different kind of shrubbery and plants and trees and stuff, and well maintained, well cared for and things of that nature. Quite an undertaking doing these kind of gardens.
Bourgeois landscaping, isn't it?
Yes, yes, very much.
Katie, do you have the... Oh.
Carry on, yes.
Do you have the processing power to share this to the Nuptiverse?
I do indeed. Give me a second. Give me a share screen. This one. Screen. There you go. There you go, my camera. Can you see it?
Not yet, no.
Huh. I'm sharing it. Give me a second. I'll go into the actual thing. I'll go into the Nuptiverse. Do what? No, not to Whitley. Whitley Park. Whitley Park. James Whitaker. James Whitaker Wright. Underwater ballroom or billiards. Billiards or ballroom. Or ballroom. Set status. There we go.
No.
Huh. Weird.
Not yet, Ski.
That one. Do you see it now?
I do indeed, yep.
Fantastic. I'll just bring that one back up. Give me that one. Play. There we go.
And for a brief moment, at the end of the Victorian era, it was one of the most extraordinary private properties in England.
Wow.
But the lake is not what makes this place remarkable. What makes this place remarkable is what lies beneath it. 40 feet below the surface of that water, accessible only through a tunnel that has been sealed for decades, there is a ballroom. It has a domed glass ceiling. It has crystal chandeliers. It has stained glass windows depicting scenes that no one alive today has seen clearly. When it was built, guests would descend through an iron and glass passage, walk beneath the weight of millions of gallons of water, and emerge into a smoking room where they could look up and watch fish swimming overhead, silhouetted against the filtered light from above. The man who built this impossible room was named Whitaker Wright. He was one of the richest men in England. He was a genius of finance and spectacle. And in January 1904, moments after being sentenced to 7 years in prison for fraud, he excused himself to speak with his lawyer, bit down on a cyanide capsule he had hidden in his clothing, and died on the floor of the Royal Courts of Justice. This is the story of the underwater ballroom, the man who built it, and what happens when you try to construct a fantasy so elaborate that reality itself cannot sustain it. To understand Whitaker Wright, you have to understand what England was like in the 1890s. The British Empire was at its absolute peak. London was the financial capital of the world. And a new class of men was emerging who had made their fortunes
like the
not
Liberal
through
Club.
land or inheritance, but through speculation.
Say again. Say again.
So it looks like, last shot looks like the National Liberal Club.
Oh, it did, didn't it? We're never going to be short of the Liberal Club, are we?
It's a really well made video. It looks really polished, doesn't it?
It does, yeah. I'm just getting myself comfy. Oh, fucking hell. I just hit my knee off the desk. Give me a minute.
I'll take a moment, yeah.
There we go. There we go. I am comfy now, apart from my knee just getting daunted a bit. There we go. Hello. I have knocked over Hela. My Stream Guardians I haven't introduced yet. Hela from Thor Ragnarok in chibi form. And Rejoice. Healing Coos! Praise be the Healing Coo. I love my 2 wee little Healing Coos there. They are the Stream Guardians. Omaha!
Omaha, welcome.
Yes. Hannah Spencer, MP. Boom.
Woo!
The tears have been delicious. The Labour Party and the Reform Party can get wrecked. A Green Socialist actually now's the comments. Bring it on. Praise be Hannah. I was right in thinking that she's going to fucking... It was close though. 4,400 majority. I would say that is decent, considering things. I'm more celebratory because the Labour vote got halved. They got over 50% in the 2024 election. They were beaten down to 25% of the vote. Yeah, it is glorious. It is glorious.
And can anybody remind me what percent did Tories get in Gorton and Denton?
1.9. They lost their deposit. Oh, suck it, Kim. Suck it.
Oh, beautiful.
The Lib Dems were 1.8, so they lost their deposit as well. So Labour kept their deposit, but they lost half their fucking vote. But the Tories and the Lib Dems, yeah, they lost their £500 deposit. Oh, it'd be glorious. It do be glorious. The Tories are essentially dead at this point anyway. I'm more upset that, don't get right, Labour third, yes, Rejoice, they fucking deserved it. The fact that Reform were second, I'm glad Hannah won. I'm glad Hannah won. That is the good thing in the story. And seeing Labour saying, maybe we should have let Andy Burnham run. Really? That would have been an easy win for yous. But
I'll be honest, I was quite surprised because I was checking the polls the night before and it was looking like I think Greens were ahead by 1%, but there was kind of like 7 to 11% sort of unaccounted for. So and I mean, having woken up so many mornings to find, oh fuck, the Tories have won again and it's the worst nightmare every fucking election. Excuse my language tonight, I'm a bit sweary.
No. I
hope I don't have a fuck limit on me tonight.
Oh, you don't
but
it's
so nice to wake up that morning and remember to check the by-election results and just sit up in bed cheering and punching the air. Yeah, so good.
Round of applause for Hannah. Yes. Good. So that 10-member NEC, so that's the National Executive Committee for the Labour Party, it's 39 members strong, but for these sort of decisions there was only 10 of them, and the head of the NEC for this one was Shabana Mahmood, the Home Secretary, and they basically blocked him. There was two other people, there was No, there was the sole dissenter, who is the deputy party leader, who is Lucy Powell. She voted for yes, let him run. Let him give up his mayoralty and run for the seat. But no, the other 9 members that were part of that NEC committee essentially blocked him. Get wrecked. Serves you right. Oh God, it was completely fucking filthy, Omaha. Labour were despicable, and Reform were reform. Well, I'm just glad I'm just glad that book-eating freak didn't fucking win. Don't worry, he'll probably crop up in the next general election somewhere, replacing a Tory, no doubt, somewhere else. I don't know why they ran in one of what was considered one of the safe Labour seats. And people of Manchester wouldn't vote for Reform. They must have fucking realised that. So, yeah, Manfrog, get wrecked as well. Ha ha ha. But we'll see Goodwin turn up again somewhere. Meh. I'm just glad. I'm glad that the pair of those two, like Reform and Labour, got a kicking.
Yeah,
bring
the
on
28% have to be sort of sniffed.
Is Stormont voting?
I think it's not for a few years yet, maybe 20 years. I don't know if we've. I believe we don't have council elections in May.
All right. So, like, there's us here in Scotland, the Senate in Wales, and 40-odd councils in England, I believe. And the 3 major cities, essentially Manchester, Liverpool and Birmingham. So Kev's probably going to be covering that one. That'll be fun watching him lose his mind with the vote. It
is going to be a political earthquake. Whatever happens, expect Green and Reform just sort of upset the balance.
Oh, I like that. Badloss back soon with his carpet bag and bottles of snake oil. That's getting pinned. That is getting pinned. Yep. Omaha. That is fucking glorious. That is getting pinned. Praise be. Half an hour.
Oh, I just got it. Badloss. I suppose the good win. Brilliant.
There we go. That's pinned. That's getting pinned.
Yes,
thank you, Omaha.
Mr. Fake Academic.
He's not he's basically a hack now. He works on GB News, for fuck's sake. He has left academia.
My bottom is more of a student than him.
Yes. Yeah.
My bottom hole is more studious. If Matt what did Omaha call him? Badloss. If Badloss won some sort of scholars award, then my bumhole should have a doctorate.
Yes. Well said. Mm-hmm. We'll find out. They'll parachute him into some sort of the Tory whose majority is in the gutter. We'll find out over the coming years, obviously. Mm-hmm. And please, Manfrog, if you hear me, do not try to parachute him up here. We will not vote for him. He is English. It's bad enough we've got our own Scottish fucking villainy up here that we have to deal with. We don't want some English twat coming up and running in Scotland. We've already got a few of them.
He might not even have a parachute. I mean, Nigel Farage didn't use a parachute when he was in that helicopter crash.
He did. Correct, he didn't.
It's dark. I think Kevin's rubbing off on me.
He got what is it? He got cuts and scrapes and stuff. I thought Manfrog and Badloss were going to stick. It looked like I think Badloss was actually crying at one point.
Oh, he certainly looked like it. Yeah.
Oh, he looked so dejected.
It warms the cockles, don't it?
It does, yeah. It's brilliant. Get wrecked, Matt, seriously, just fuck off. Yeah.
Manipulation of global markets. These men were not aristocrats. They were not born into wealth. They had clawed their way up from nothing, and they were desperate to prove that they belonged among the elite. Whitaker Wright was born in 1845 in Stafford, in the industrial Midlands of England. His father was a minister. There was no family money, no connections, no path laid out for him. As a young man, he emigrated to America and found work as a mining engineer and assayer in the Western Territories. He learned how to evaluate mineral deposits, how to assess the potential of a claim, and most importantly, how to sell that potential to investors who would never see the mines themselves. He spent years in the American West, moving from Colorado to New Mexico to Arizona. He made money. He lost money. He learned how the game was played. By the time he returned to England in the 1880s, he had transformed himself from a minister's son into a man who understood how to create wealth out of confidence and paper. In London, Wright founded a series of mining companies focused on properties in Australia and the American West. His flagship enterprise was the London and Globe Finance Corporation, which he established in 1894. The company's stated purpose was to invest in mining operations around the world, but its real function was something more sophisticated. Wright had learned that the actual gold in the ground mattered less than the perception of gold in the ground. He became a master of what we would now call market manipulation, using interlocking companies, strategic stock purchases, and carefully timed announcements to drive share prices up and extract profits before anyone realized the underlying assets were worth far less than advertised.
Basically misleading people through financial reporting. Rather shady. But this was rife back then, especially for gold claims and mining claims, because of the way it was set up on the expansion to the west, essentially. So like Arizona, New Mexico, Colorado, parts of California, things like that. So these claims and the prospectus that they laid out, it could be easily manipulated if you wish. There's been plenty of stories about people actually doing that. Especially like Arizona and Colorado and New Mexico and stuff, and parts of California.
I love this idea that we read earlier of the actual physical manipulation by like going to a mine that they claimed had gold reserves, but maybe or gold in and didn't have as much, and that they would go and toss bits of gold into it.
Yeah.
I mean, maybe it wasn't as funny. It's only funny now we're not there, but
yeah. I still feel for the people who invested in them, because that is just downright despicable, as far as I'm concerned.
Yeah. Yeah. Sorry.
Minister sons weren't exactly peasants, not usually aristocracy, but they learnt to read and could go to university. Correct, Omaha, yeah. Yeah. You have to remember, if you were a man of the cloth back then, you were given a certain social standing, essentially, because you were a good, right-thinking Protestant Christian man and all that fucking bollocks. It's this Protestant work ethic that actually gets to me, because it fucking knocks. I do apologise to the world at large for John Knox existing. He was from my home shire, by the way. Sorry. So this whole Protestant work ethic and promoting that, this is the good, right Christian thing to do and all that, but that's where you got your Christian fundamentalists. That's how they started, with people like Knox and other evangelical Christians who went over to America back in the day. Christ, it sucks. Oh, by the way, I'm an atheist, everyone. Hello, brought up Church of Scotland. But
I'm a post-atheist, quantum polytheist.
Nice one. Brilliant. Yes.
No questions now. Later.
Yes, later. These are the actual stocks. This is what they actually look like, just essentially big pieces of paper. And they were stamped. Can you see the stamp? The stamp's down here in this sort of corner. And people signed it, and this is the commitment. This is where the claim went in these lines up here. And the witness, you could actually bribe people to be a witness for these claims. All good and proper, obviously. Christ's sake.
For 6 years, it worked spectacularly. Wright's companies paid enormous dividends. Investors clamoured to buy shares. The financial press celebrated him as a genius. He was appointed to the boards of dozens of companies. He entertained members of parliament, aristocrats, and even minor royalty. He had arrived. But Wright understood something about English society that many self-made men failed to grasp. Money alone was not enough. The old families, the true aristocracy, would never fully accept a man who had made his fortune in mining speculation, no matter how rich he became. They would take his money. They would attend his parties, but they would never consider him one of their own. He would always be new money, always slightly vulgar, always on the outside looking in. So Wright decided to build something.
I'll just add an addendum here. This the nouveau riche that they got classed, these new money, these uppity people. We've been here for centuries. We are the people. We are the ones who have all the privilege and the rights. We can do what we want, essentially. Then these people, the industrialists, essentially, your early capitalists, they were seen as nouveau riche, gauche, rather decadent in the way. And so the old aristocracy, the landed gentry, if you wish, why are they getting these positions? We've been here for centuries, blah 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 blah. And so all these early capitalists during the Industrial Revolution were sneered and looked down upon, because they were seen by the landed aristocracy who had been there for centuries, uppity people encroaching on their heritage and things like that. Snobs, egotistical bastards who think they have all the rights in the world and they can disregard social norms and everything like that. It's disgusting. Hence me being anti-imperialist and anti-capitalist for many, many different reasons. World War Epstein. That's just rather funny, Omaha. Thank you. Omaha's good people, by the way. They salt my chat with little nuggets of hilarity and truth. Praise be Omaha, the cat dancer. I've got so many people.
I think that's a great phrase for a future title, a future stream. That
World War Epstein, yes. We need to deal with the Epstein class, don't we?
That would force them to take notice. Something so
you got it from, I pinched it from
so
Hassan.
Unprecedented
Makes
that it would
sense.
become impossible to ignore. He would create a private estate that would rival anything the old families possessed. And at its centre, he would construct something that had never existed before, a room beneath a lake where the impossible became real. He purchased Lear Park, an existing estate in Surrey, in 1890. Over the next decade, he transformed it into Whitley Park, spending what contemporary accounts estimated at over £1 million, a sum equivalent to well over £100 million today. The scale of the construction was staggering. He employed over 600 workers at the peak of building. He brought in craftsmen from across Europe. He imported materials from around the world. The main house was expanded and rebuilt into a sprawling mansion with dozens of bedrooms, reception rooms designed for entertaining on a grand scale, and every modern convenience available at the time. But the house was almost beside the point. What Wright really cared about were the grounds. He created 3 artificial lakes on the property, the largest covering 32 acres. He built islands in the lakes and connected them with ornamental bridges. He constructed a private theatre that could seat 50 guests. He built stables for dozens of horses and kennels for his hunting dogs. He laid out formal gardens and planted thousands of trees. He installed a private observatory with a telescope powerful enough to study the moons of Jupiter.
Wow.
And beneath the largest lake, he built the ballroom. The engineering required was extraordinary for its time. Workers first excavated a massive pit and constructed a domed chamber using iron framework and reinforced concrete. The dome was fitted with thick glass panels that would allow light to filter down from the water above. A tunnel was then built connecting the chamber to the shore, lined with iron and glass, sloping downward beneath the lakebed until it reached the underwater room. Only after the structure was complete and sealed was the lake filled with water. The effect, by all accounts, was magical. Guests would enter the tunnel from a boathouse on the shore, descend gradually as the weight of water pressed against the glass above them, and emerge into a circular room illuminated by the strange green light filtering through the lake. Fish swam overhead. Aquatic plants waved in the current. The chandeliers cast prismatic reflections across the walls. It was like entering another world, a place where the normal rules did not apply. Wright used the room as a smoking lounge and entertainment space. After dinner parties at the main house, he would lead select guests down to the underwater chamber for cigars and conversation. The experience was so unusual, so disorienting, that visitors struggled to describe it. One guest reportedly said it was like being inside a dream that someone else was having. The underwater ballroom was Wright's masterpiece, but it was also his confession. He had built a room that existed in defiance of nature, a space that should not be possible, sustained only by engineering and money and will. It was a perfect metaphor for his entire financial empire, an elaborate construction that looked solid but depended entirely on maintaining the illusion. The moment the structure failed, the water would rush in and destroy everything. By 1899, Wright's companies were paying dividends of 30% or more. Investors were ecstatic. Share prices continued to climb. Wright himself was living like a prince, entertaining lavishly at Whitley Park, racing his yacht against the boats of actual aristocrats, collecting art and antiquities with abandon. He had a London townhouse, a country estate, and a lifestyle that rivaled anyone in England. But beneath the surface, the structure was failing. The mining operations that supposedly backed Wright's companies were producing far less than advertised. Some were barely operational, others existed mainly on paper. Wright had been using money from new investors to pay dividends to existing shareholders, a technique that would later become infamous as a Ponzi scheme. He had been manipulating stock prices through coordinated buying and selling among his interlocking companies. He had been issuing false reports about the value of his assets. The mathematics was simple and brutal. Eventually, there would not be enough new money coming in to pay the old money going out. Eventually, someone would look closely at the actual mines and realize they could never produce what Wright had promised. Eventually, the water would break through. The collapse began in December 1900. Share prices in Wright's companies started falling and could not be stopped. Investors who had borrowed money to buy shares found themselves facing margin calls they could not meet. Banks that had lent against the value of the shares demanded repayment. Within weeks, the London and Globe Finance Corporation had suspended payments. Within months, it was in liquidation. The scale of the disaster was enormous. Thousands of investors lost their savings. Several banks failed. The ripple effect spread through the London financial markets and beyond. It was one of the largest financial scandals of the era, and Whitaker Wright was at the centre of it. Wright fled to America, but he was eventually extradited back to England to face trial. The proceedings began in January 1904 at the Royal Courts of Justice in London. The prosecution presented evidence of systematic fraud, false accounting, and market manipulation. Wright's defence argued that he had genuinely believed in his companies and that the collapse was due to market conditions beyond his control. The jury did not believe him. Whitaker Wright was found guilty of fraud and sentenced to 7 years in prison on January 26, 1904. What happened next has become one of the most infamous moments in British legal history. After the sentence was pronounced, Wright asked permission to speak with his lawyer in a private room adjacent to the courtroom. Permission was granted. A few minutes later, Wright collapsed. By the time anyone reached him, he was dead. He had bitten into a cyanide capsule that he had concealed on his person throughout the trial, presumably in anticipation of exactly this outcome. An autopsy revealed that Wright had also been carrying a loaded revolver. He had come to court prepared to die one way or another. The cyanide was simply faster and quieter than the alternative. The newspapers were savage. Wright was portrayed as the ultimate symbol of Gilded Age excess and corruption, a man who had built castles in the air and destroyed thousands of lives when they came crashing down. The underwater ballroom, once celebrated as a marvel of engineering and imagination, became a symbol of his hubris. He had tried to build a world where the normal rules did not apply, and reality had eventually reasserted itself with lethal force. Whitley Park did not die with Whitaker Wright, but it was never the same. The estate was sold to pay his creditors, and the new owner was a man whose name would become associated with an even greater disaster. Lord Peary, chairman of Harland and Wolff Shipbuilders, purchased the property in 1910. If that company name sounds familiar, it should. Harland and Wolff built the Titanic. Lord Peary was in many ways the opposite of Whitaker Wright. He was an establishment figure, a member of the House of Lords, a man whose wealth came from industry rather than speculation. He had built his career on ships, real physical objects that carried passengers and cargo across the oceans of the world. There was nothing imaginary about a Harland and Wolff vessel. You could touch it, you could sail on it, you could watch it slide down the slipway into the water. But Peary shared something with Wright, a belief that engineering and money could overcome any obstacle. When his company designed the Titanic, they called it unsinkable. They believed that the ship's watertight compartments made it impervious to disaster. They were wrong, of course. On April 15, 1912, the Titanic struck an iceberg and sank in less than 3 hours, killing over 1,500 people. It remains one of the deadliest peacetime maritime disasters in history. Peary was not aboard the Titanic that night. He had planned to be on the maiden voyage but cancelled due to illness. He survived, but his reputation never fully recovered. The inquiries that followed the sinking revealed that the ship had been carrying insufficient lifeboats, that warnings about ice had been ignored, that the company had prioritised speed and luxury over safety. Peary spent the rest of his life defending himself and his company against accusations of negligence and hubris. He died in 1924 at sea, aboard a ship travelling to South America. His body was brought back to Belfast for burial. Whitley Park passed to his widow, and then through a series of subsequent owners, none of whom could quite figure out what to do with an estate built for entertaining on a scale that no longer made sense in the 20th century. The underwater ballroom remained, but it was no longer the marvel it had once been. The glass panels in the dome began to leak. The tunnel developed cracks. The iron framework corroded in the damp environment. Maintaining the structure required constant attention and significant expense. And as the decades passed, fewer and fewer owners were willing to invest in preserving a folly that served no practical purpose. During the Second World War, the main house at Whitley Park was requisitioned by the military and used as a training facility. After the war, it was returned to private ownership. But the costs of restoration were prohibitive. In 1952, the house burned down under circumstances that have never been fully explained. Some accounts suggest it was arson, possibly for insurance purposes. Others suggest it was simply an accident in a building that had been neglected for too long. Whatever the cause, the fire destroyed most of the main structure, leaving only ruins. The underwater ballroom survived the fire, protected by the lake above it. But without the house, without the estate, without the context that had given it meaning, it became something else entirely. It became a ruin, a curiosity, a place that people whispered about but rarely visited. Over the following decades, the tunnel entrance was sealed for safety reasons. The glass dome continued to deteriorate, the chamber itself filled with silt and debris. The fish that had once swum overhead, entertaining Wright's guests with their silent ballet, were replaced by murky water and darkness. The ballroom that had been designed to astonish became a place that most people forgot existed. Today, Whitley Park is privately owned and not open to the public. The ruins of the main house have been partially cleared, and a new residence has been built on the property. The lakes remain, though they are overgrown and wild compared to the manicured landscapes of Wright's era. The underwater ballroom is still there, beneath the water, but no one has entered it in decades. The tunnel is collapsed in places, flooded in others. The dome may still be intact, or it may have finally given way to the pressure it was never quite designed to withstand. No one knows for certain, because no one has been down there to check. Occasionally, photographs surface online showing the tunnel entrance, a dark opening in the hillside near the lake shore, sealed with metal grating and warning signs. Urban explorers and architecture enthusiasts share these images with a mixture of fascination and frustration. Here is one of the most extraordinary spaces ever created in England, and it is completely inaccessible, slowly being reclaimed by the water and earth that Wright worked so hard to hold at bay. The story of Whitaker Wright and his underwater ballroom is usually told as a cautionary tale about hubris and fraud. And it is that, certainly. Wright was a criminal who destroyed thousands of lives through his schemes. His suicide was not a tragic end to a misunderstood genius, but the final act of a man who had run out of ways to escape the consequences of his actions. There is no redemption in his story, no moment where we discover that he was secretly noble or that his intentions were pure. He was a con artist who happened to have extraordinary taste and unlimited ambition. But the underwater ballroom itself is something more complicated. It was built with stolen money, yes. It was designed to impress people who would never fully accept its creator, yes. It was a monument to ego and insecurity and the desperate need to be seen as important. All of that is true. And yet, the ballroom was also genuinely beautiful. It was a feat of engineering that pushed the boundaries of what was possible. It created an experience that no one who visited ever forgot. For a few years, in a room beneath a lake in Surrey, guests could look up and see fish swimming through green light and feel for a moment that they had stepped outside the ordinary world into something magical. Wright built that. Whatever else he was, whatever crimes he committed, he created something that had never existed before and has never been replicated since.
It's
the underwater ballroom
isn't it?
was not just a fraud or a folly. It was a genuine work of imagination, a space that existed because one man refused to accept that it was impossible. This is the paradox at the heart of so many Gilded Age stories. The men who built these impossible things were often terrible people. They exploited workers, manipulated markets, destroyed lives, and hoarded wealth on a scale that destabilized entire economies. They were not heroes. They were not visionaries in any noble sense. They were, in many cases, simply criminals with good taste. But the things they built were
I'm subscribing
real.
to this channel.
The underwater
This is
ballroom
amazing.
was real. The experience of descending through that tunnel and emerging into that domed chamber was real. The beauty was real. Even if the money that paid for it was stolen, we do not know how to hold these two truths at the same time. We want our beautiful things to have clean origins. We want to admire without complication. But the history of architecture, the history of art, the history of every grand human achievement is tangled up with exploitation and suffering and moral compromise. The pyramids were built by forced labor. The great cathedrals were funded by indulgences sold to terrified peasants. The museums of Europe are filled with objects looted from colonized peoples. Nothing beautiful has clean hands. Whitaker Wright's underwater ballroom is just an unusually clear example of this truth. The man who built it was a fraud. The money that paid for it was stolen. The guests who marveled at it were complicit in a system that would eventually collapse and destroy thousands of lives. And the room itself was extraordinary, a genuine wonder, a place where the impossible became real for a few brief years before the water finally won. There is a temptation to end this story with a neat morale. Hubris leads to destruction. Crime does not pay. The water always wins, and always wins in the end. And those morals are all true, as far as they go. Wright did destroy himself. His empire did collapse. The ballroom is now a flooded ruin that no one can visit. But there is another way to think about what Wright built. He created a space that existed in defiance of everything that should have made it impossible. He looked at a lake and imagined a room beneath it. He hired engineers and craftsmen and laborers and made that imagination real. For a few years, people could descend into the earth and emerge into a chamber of light and water and wonder. The fact that it could not last does not mean it did not matter. The fact that Wright was a criminal does not mean the ballroom was not beautiful. The fact that the water eventually won does not mean the attempt was worthless. Every great building is a temporary victory against entropy. Every mansion, every cathedral, every monument is slowly being reclaimed by the forces that will eventually reduce it to rubble. We build anyway. We create spaces that we know cannot last because the alternative is to create nothing at all. Whitaker Wright understood this, perhaps better than most. He knew that his financial empire was built on sand. He knew that eventually the numbers would not add up and the whole structure would collapse. He carried cyanide to his trial because he knew how the story would end, but he built the underwater ballroom anyway. He created something impossible and beautiful and doomed, and for a few years it existed. The ballroom is still there, beneath the lake in Surrey. The glass dome may have cracked. The tunnel has certainly collapsed. The chandeliers have long since fallen from their moorings. But the space itself, the idea of it, the audacity of it, that persists. It persists in photographs and descriptions and stories passed down through generations. It persists in the imagination of everyone who hears about it and thinks for a moment about what it must have been like to stand in that room and look up at the fish swimming overhead. Whitaker Wright wanted to be remembered. He wanted to build something that would force the world to take notice of him, to acknowledge that he mattered, that he was not just another speculator, but a man of vision and taste and importance. In that, at least, he succeeded. Over a century after his death, we are still talking about him. We are still marveling at what he built. We are still wondering what it would be like to walk through that tunnel and emerge into the impossible room beneath the lake. The water won in the end. It always does. But for a few years, in a chamber beneath a lake in Surrey...
I'll just do an addendum here. Never underestimate the power of water. Water is patient. coastal erosion is a thing. Fire is fast and it destroys, but water is patient. It is always going to be here. We are a planet of mostly water at the end of the day. Water has infinite patience. It will wear us down. It does wear things down, and it would have eventually worn down that underground, underwater opulence. Essentially, just yeah. Don't give water away in, because it will eventually win. It always does. I should know I'm Scottish. I'm surrounded by water. There's plenty of lochs here. There is only one lake. I have been to that lake. It's called the Lake of Menteith, and it's where my gran grew up as a wee lass. So there's one lake in Scotland. Then there's countless lochs. Yeah. Water will destroy at the end of the day. You should have realised that already got codified a couple of centuries before he actually started building his underground ballroom or billiards room. So yeah. You agree with me, Andy, don't you?
Sorry, what was your point?
That water is patient. It will win in the end.
Oh yeah, it's just pressure that's always there and sometimes gets stronger.
Well, always gets stronger. It does.
Yeah.
I know a hydrologist. Oh, carry on.
So I was just thinking about pyramids, and I suppose this is fitting. I mean, so yeah, famous pyramids, I guess, and built by hundreds and thousands of slaves, working men, and women, and kids, and also how the class system works with the very sort of smallest percentage of people owning much of the wealth at the top, and then the rest of us at the base, spread out of that triangle. And then if you look at Whitley Park, and you have this enormous, 50 acres of ground, right?
Something like 52 acres, yeah, it was big.
Wow.
Yeah.
But then you have this underwater billiards room marvel where only a few could ever access it. Say this fell into nationalised hands, we could all go out there and we could all access that enormous space. But so few of us could access the underwater rooms, even if it was completely renovated and cleaned up and made beautiful again.
Yeah.
You can only fit maybe a couple of dozen people at maximum down there.
I think at the most, I'll be a little bit generous and say maybe between 30 and 40 people into that ballroom, essentially.
Yeah, I'm
not many people at all. Yeah.
Cognizant of how AI, as it's used in this video, makes things look a lot bigger than they actually were. But there's certainly parallels with an odd sort of symmetry with the capitalist system and power distribution and what Whitaker Wright created.
Yeah.
He might have been wanting to hack capitalism that didn't particularly, it did favour him from birth, but
it did, yes.
It wasn't a guaranteed tune for him.
Correct, yeah.
So hacking that, but
and there's other people. There's
part of that, didn't he?
Yeah, there's other people. Yeah, there's other people like him back then who were like that, who gamed the system as well. They some of them won, some of them did win, and they done quite well. Some of them were philanthropists, trying to help their workers and stuff, but only a couple of them really. But the rest of them were all capitalist ghouls, essentially, in it for themselves and providing for their small section of society. Some of them were, don't get me wrong, no capitalist is a good person at all. But some of them did try to give recompense to the rest of us in some sort of small way. But some of them were truly gaming the system, and they made good at the misery of the rest of us. It really does suck, doesn't it?
You do get the odd one, like who will try and what's the phrase? Sort of reprogram the definition of capitalism. So I'm thinking of Steve Roundtree. A lot of the philanthropists, capitalists, speakers, the guys behind New Lanark, which is a wonderful.
I've been there. New Lanark is absolutely beautiful. Yeah. It's just a bus journey away from me.
I've got a wee short video to watch. Yeah.
Oh, nice one. Is it on your channel? I can find it after this is finished. It'll be good to watch. I'm here.
They built for the workers and health centres. Actually, one of the things I noticed, just on the theme of health centres, Whitley Park actually, the mansion actually had a hospital inside it. But I suspect that probably wasn't used for workers very often.
It was probably used for like the service personnel, like your soldiers and stuff.
If they injured themselves while building that opulence, and I suspect a lot of them did.
Yeah.
But patch them up and get them back to work, I guess, was the order of the day.
Mm-hmm. Shall we continue with this one, and we can go into your channel, and you can pick. We can pick a video of yours. I'm here to big you up because everyone needs to follow you, obviously.
A man held it back through sheer force of will and stolen money and engineering genius. He created a space where guests could look up and see another world swimming above them. He built a room that should not exist. And somewhere beneath that lake, in the darkness and the silt and the slowly rising water, the ballroom is still there, waiting, remembering, refusing, even now, to completely disappear. The estate has changed hands several times in recent decades. The current owners maintain their privacy fiercely, and access to the grounds is strictly prohibited. Occasionally someone manages to photograph the sealed tunnel entrance or capture drone footage of the overgrown lakes. These images circulate online, sparking renewed interest in the underwater ballroom and its creator. There have been periodic discussions about restoration. Engineers have speculated about what it would take to pump out the tunnel, reinforce the structure, and make the ballroom accessible again. The estimates run into the millions of pounds, and there is no guarantee that the dome has survived intact after more than a century of neglect. The current owners have shown no interest in pursuing such a project, and it is unclear whether any future owner ever will. So the ballroom remains sealed, a time capsule from an era when men believed that enough money could overcome any obstacle, that enough ambition could bend reality itself to their will. Whitaker Wright was wrong about many things, but he was right about one. He built something that people would remember. He created a space that continues to haunt the imagination more than a century after his death. The underwater ballroom at Whitley Park is not just a ruin, it is a question. It asks us what we are willing to build and what we are willing to destroy in the pursuit of wonder It asks us whether beauty can exist independently of the morality of its creation. It asks us what we owe to the impossible things that flawed and broken people somehow manage to bring into existence. We do not have good answers to these questions. We probably never will. But as long as that chamber exists beneath the lake in Surrey, sealed and silent and slowly filling with silt, the questions will persist. And perhaps that is the most honest legacy that Whitaker Wright could have hoped for. Not redemption, not forgiveness, just the enduring mystery of a room that should not exist, built by a man who refused to accept that anything was impossible, waiting in the darkness for someone to finally break through and see what remains.
Okay, my comrades, bio break. I will be back shortly. Can you look?
I will.
After
I will
the stream?
entertain Kate and the other thing.
Thank you so much. We'll go to your channel in a minute once I'm back. Oh God, I left my torch on.
Yeah, that kind of pace. I had a really great idea during the middle of that, but it's just not going to work. I thought we should all do an Area 51, and I'll show up at that park on a certain day, and like let's tell thousands of people to do the same. But and we can absolutely take it, but we're not getting into that. Like 1,000 of us aren't getting into that billiards room. No, it ain't happening. So. Yeah, so while Katie was screening that, I had a quick YouTube search on Whitley Lee Park, and there's a number of other videos. There's like a 45-minute video I haven't seen. There's the one I mentioned from 5 years ago. Excuse me. I think it's about 15 minutes long of a couple of guys going in and trying to gain access to the billiards room, but not actually getting in, and being chased about by security a bit. There's a whole handful of like 2-minute clips of drone footage and various, what I assume are like slideshows, or maybe somebody's got lucky and recorded it. So yeah, there you go. And I'll put some links in the history channel. It's a really fascinating story, I think. And thank you for joining us, and I hope you dug it. Did you dig it?
Can you hear me? I'll be back.
Yeah, that was a really interesting phrase of time capsule. That the idea it's just sitting down there and it's not going to be touched. It's like already it's 125 years later.
Hello.
100 years since it's been used. Welcome back.
Thank you. I'll be back. I'll just lower myself a bit. There we go. That is better. Sorry, it takes a while for my hot water tap in my bathroom to heat up. There's no point in me washing my hands with cold water because my hands seize up. So I have to wait for it to get at least a little bit warm. Aha! Clean hands. Unlike Whitaker Wright. Let us go to your channel and we can pick a lovely video to watch.
I was just thinking I would recommend the new Lanark video. It's only a short 7 minutes long, and I think it might benefit from your local knowledge.
History channel. Give me a second. Hang on. There we go. Clips, history, and randomness. Oh, there you go. Oh. Give me a second. Where did you put it?
It's in the Aki's Tours playlist.
Oh, it's in Aki's, okay. Give me a minute. Bring you back up. Go up to Scottish history. Okay. Crochet, everything kitties. Oh, Aki's Jaunts. New Lanark. Found it. With Aki's. There we go. I will just pause so you can describe who this individual is.
If you could throw it up on the Numpty channel so I can...
no problem. Give me a second. And back down to Numpty Bears. Okay, share screen.
This big jobby early in his big career in 1817. Not far away is Nempflar Road West and its caravan park. This was home to members of my family in the 1850s. The caravans weren't there then. Rent on caravans is way too expensive. Yeah. It's possible they were workers living on the grounds of an estate.
What the? Why is it all the way at the end? Give me a second. Go back.
Ah, we're on the right video.
Can you see it now?
Not on the Numpty verse, although your Twitch seems to be syncing for me now, so...
Give me a second. Change stream. There's share that one. Do you have?
I do not have a share window yet.
Where the hell is it? Give me a second. Change stream. Share screen.
Here we go.
Got it. Excellent. You have. Oh, there we go. Ta-da!
So that's the glass bridge connecting the engine house of 1881, which has inside a restored steam engine, and mill number 3, rebuilt between 1826 and 1833. It's also part of the tourist trail with a hydroelectric turbine making electricity for part of the village. This is New Lanark, a hotel.
Okay, that hydroelectric generation here at New Lanark is one of the oldest ones here in Scotland. There's a couple that are a little bit older, and oddly enough, they're the two oldest ones are actually in my home shire of Perthshire, where because the River Tay, the upper reaches of the River Tay, which flows through Perth, the top part of the river got harnessed very efficiently for hydropower. So these hydropower plants have been in since like the ones in Perth have been there since the late 1870s, early 1880s, and the other one was just before the turn of the century, 1896 or 7, I believe, and this one at New Lanark was the turn of the century in 1900 or 1901. So we harnessed the power of water for our hydroelectric. We're at capacity now here for hydroelectric. That's why I keep on screaming, do more onshore and offshore wind generation and tidal.
Do not underestimate water.
Yes, again. Yeah, don't underestimate water at all. This setup at New Lanark is absolutely amazing. The way they harnessed this is one of the tributaries of the River Clyde, the one that flows through Glasgow. So we've basically harnessed hydro to the nth extent because we are Scottish and very good at engineering for many, many reasons. Oh no, I always big up Scotland, obviously, because wha's like us, damn few in the raw deed. Including some Scottish pioneers of hydroelectric. Praise be them. New Lanark is brilliant, by the way. Go and visit it, if you can.
Yeah.
A school, a mill house, a museum, community buildings. New Lanark's buildings are almost looking as one, with preserved or retrofitting facades. On the Clyde, 2.5 miles from Lanark, 25 southeast of Glasgow, a combo formation by people through time. David Dale, who built the cotton mills in 1785 and the housing for his workers. Dale partnered with inventor Richard Arkwright to make use of the power of the nearby waterfalls. And then there was Dale's son-in-law, Robert Owen, legendary Welsh utopian socialist, social reformer and philanthropist. Owen made sure New Lanark was a planned settlement. The mills stayed open almost 200 years. The New Lanark Trust formed to stop the demolition of the village, with decades devoted to restoration. In 2006 it became one of 7 UNESCO World Heritage Sites in Scotland.
Any commentary you'd like to add? Any commentary you'd like to add?
I will pause. Rejoice. Ackies.
The living legend.
Andy, describe Ackies to the people. How do you describe Ackies?
A stoic. He looks like Mr. Natural, Robert Crumb's Mr. Natural, doesn't he?
He does, doesn't he? He's a delightful human being. I love him.
Very kind, generous man. Yeah.
Praise be Ackies.
He does love to tour. He does love... I spent about 6 days living with him, and we were on the road for about 4 of those days. He loves to show off Scotland.
Good. He is of the same mind as me. I want to show off Scotland as well, because Scotland is amazing. Lots to do and see here, and you can have your own personal mad Scottish woman as a guide if you wish.
I'll be back.
Will you? Cool. I will show you around. I will keep on saying Scotland is amazing. Because obviously. You could do the same for Ireland if you wish, Andy. See, I'd want to go to Loch Law. It looks awesome. I'm allergic to crustacean and mollusk, but I'm sure I can get a fish. I'm assuming there's lots of like restaurants and stuff around Loch Law.
I didn't see, but we didn't really stop at any of the commercial sites. But there is a Loch Law video on this playlist, which is quite awesome as well.
Nice one. Cool. Hello, Wackies. Great to see ya. He's older than you, isn't he?
He is just a little bit. He said he was 24.
He's fun. I miss Jenny. Tell Jenny I miss her if you talk to her. Jenny's awesome, by the way. And look. Rejoice. The Articles of Union. I am slowly getting through it. I forgot how dense the Articles of Union actually are. So this is the documentation that actually joined Scotland with the rest of the United Kingdom. Lots of skullduggery to get that done, by the way.
I think I'll pack my own coffee. I've got a soft cover downstairs.
Oh, do you have the soft cover? Nice one. I'm glad I've got the hardback. It makes it easier for me. Like, I close down my laptop and I use it as like a sort of base to read the book because it's the hardback. I'm getting through it, don't worry. I forget how dense this is actual parliamentary acts and stuff, what went through the House of Commons and stuff. So it's very dry and dense and boring in places. Don't get me wrong, I'm going through it to find out a way to actually break the Acts of Union because I want my country back. Yes. No disrespect to any English people, all my English compatriots or comrades in the chat. You are amazing people. I love you desperately. I just don't like the Acts of Union. I really don't.
I'm grassing here. Hankies is no help. When it was founded, 2,500 people lived in New Lanark. They came from the poor houses of Glasgow and Edinburgh, 500 wee bairns. Many of them worked at the mill, one of those buildings named the Nursery Buildings. This sat uneasily with Robert Owen, who so opened the first infant school here in Britain in 1817. Owen's partners didn't like the extra cost of his welfare programmes, so he bought out his partners. The board were unhappy and forced an auction. During my trip, I went into a pound shop and got 6 boxes of raisins reduced to 40 pence. Owen got rid of the board and brought in a new board. Brought them on board.
Right, come and die.
Grumbling bitch. Today they're tourist shops.
I will highlight here, yes, back when this was getting established and stuff, this man was really quite a good individual in that respect. But certain, let's say, political actors didn't want the poor and disenfranchised to get an education to actually read and write and things like that, to bring in the workers and help educate the children, to make them more socially aware of what was actually like. And the previous board were scum. You want to do what? Educate them? No. Just tell them, just put them to work. We've been dealing with these kind of people for centuries now. I want to change it. We've came some way. Don't worry. There's still a lot to be done, though, unfortunately.
There's a whole school.
Yeah.
There's a whole school of is it philosophy or social entrepreneurship named after him? Owenism.
Yeah.
And yeah, he seemed to really fight for the right thing.
Actually, educating the poor? What are you doing? No, Skelp. No, it's actually good and it makes better workers. So, yeah, just shut up. Yeah. If you actually educate the people and tell them this is what we want you to do, they become better workers. That's the one thing that's always got to me about capitalism. But certain types of capitalists are truly bastards. You want to do what? You want to educate them? Yes. But why? Just put them to work. But if we educate them, they can be better workers. But that costs money.
Yeah, well, it's investment, isn't it? It is
an investment, yeah.
Sense. I remember I was about 20 and my first long-term job, about 4.5 years I worked there. And before that I'd been through like a half dozen jobs where I worked for between 10 days and like 9 months. And I got into this job and the boss just treated me so respectfully, so friendly. He was always giving us like little extras. He would take us out at Christmas, buy us all dinner on his tab.
Nice one. I like.
I did some of my earliest, youngest drinking with this man, and just that level of respect and investment in me as a young man just made me, go out to work for him and just work hard and honestly and sincerely, and that's how you buy people's loyalty and their efficiency, by giving them a good health, social and physical, by giving them a positive mentality. And I don't understand why capitalism is punitive, because you punish somebody, then they're going to be in a diminished state to work for you. It's mad.
It is mad. Yeah, I've never understood it. Right, you want to earn money, to actually do that, treat your workers well, they'll work better, they'll make you more money. Don't get me wrong, it's still problems with capitalism, disgusting, blah blah blah. But that's the one aspect of capitalism I've never fucking got with these kind of people. Said, no, you have to keep them downtrodden and stuff, you have to make them desperate. No, you don't. No, you don't. You don't really.
And if you must eat at a fast food place, eat at Greg's.
Oh, Greg's is brilliant. Greg's is good. I like Greg's. Chicken bake
Greg's
for me. Chicken bake.
Foundation from a family of bakers. They not only, most fast food places forbid their employees from joining a union. Greg's kind of almost insists that their workers join a union. Yeah. They've got healthcare plans for any employees. There'll be various social benefits. So praise Greg's.
Praise Greg's, yes. They're one of the better employers here in the UK. They're good. I can't remember if they're Yorkshire or Lancashire. Lancashire. I want to say Lancashire. I really do. Fuck it.
They might be.
Give me a minute, I'll find out.
Yeah,
where was Greg's founded? Where was Greg's founded?
In the Bible. Where was Greg's founded in the Bible? Sorry. like a bit of mashup.
Gosforth, just outside Newcastle.
No.
So that's Tyne-and-Wear. I was on the wrong side of the country. Oops, sorry, Greg. Holy fuck! They were founded the same year my father-in-law was born. Fucking hell.
Their pizzas are crap, at least in Northern Ireland.
Oh, their pizzas are crap here as well.
Yeah. I love their baguettes.
Go for their sausage rolls or their steak bakes or their chicken bakes, and their sandwiches or subs are quite good. They're better than actual Subway. Their
donuts are sickening in the most perfect way.
They are. I like the cream-filled chocolate donut one.
Oh.
Because I'm a sweet tooth. So chocolate and cream, yes, give me. Yes.
Oh.
So my favourite lunch when I used to work for BT was going to the nearest Greg's, which was like a 5-minute walk away from my call centre that I worked in. So it was called a chicken pasty then, it's called a chicken bake now. So it's a chicken pasty, a bottle of iron brew before the sugar tax, and the cream-filled chocolate donut was my lunch. Yeah. It was tasty. Yes. Lots of fat and cream and sugar and stuff to fuel me for the rest of the day. Then a pint and a burger after my shift was done at like 6 p.m. or something. 5:30, 5:45 I finished. Straight to the Solid Rock Cafe, some rock music, a burger and a pint or a few pints. back home, light snack, and listen to my then partner play his guitar. It was good. I love a chicken bake now. They're brilliant. They've actually made them. They've went back to their old recipe, which is good.
Oh. Oh.
Artists and craftsmen's workshops, but it's also a functioning village. People live here, about 130 of them. They can't have aerials on their buildings in order to preserve the authentic look of the place. So electricity, internet, phone lines, all done by underground cables.
Water's getting louder.
The last water wheel was replaced in 1929 by a water turbine, which powers the tourist areas of the village.
Mighty.
The River Clyde.
Rejoice!
Awesome.
The River Clyde.
Awesome it is.
It's one of the most powerful river. It's a toss-up between the Dee, which is up in Aberdeen, just outside Aberdeen, or the Tay, which is in my hometown of Perth. What's the most powerful one? The Tay is the longest. They can't actually rival that because Tay is one of the longest rivers in Scotland. The Clyde is quite powerful. Don't get me wrong. I give the Clyde its due. It is a really good river. It is a salmon river, especially in this area, just outside Lanark. To actually get a salmon licence to actually fish on the Clyde in certain areas is prohibitively expensive, as you can guess. And the prices for catching and landing salmon on the Tay, don't get me started. Because there's no such thing as private water or land rights here in Scotland for historical reasons. But they can still scalp you for getting a licence to actually fish in the rivers up here in Scotland, because quite a lot of them were considered salmon rivers, including the Clyde. Don't get me wrong, you can still fish for like rainbow and brown trout. I like brown trout, it's kind of tasty. But getting a salmon licence on the Tay or the Clyde, holy fuck.
Expensive?
Oh god, no, they're ridiculously expensive. They're like a 3-day licence for the Clyde to actually just fish and like catch and release. It's like 700 or 800 to actually just catch and release on the Clyde. On the Tay is over 1,000 actual landing rights. So if you fish, you get a salmon and try to land it and take and say, yes, look, I have caught this fish, I want to use it. The licence to actually do that is the best part of £2,000 because reasons.
There's people.
That is, yeah. There's people within Perth and Kinross Council trying to change that, saying stop doing that to our to our anglers, because fishermen work on seas, anglers work in rivers. So the anglers of like Perth, Perthshire, and other parts of Scotland who go to the Clyde or go to the Tay, we're trying to get that changed. Including I'll call him my brother-in-law, so that's my younger sister's partner. He's an angler. He has taken my nephew, my youngest nephew. He's actually showing promise to being a good fly fisherman, using fly fishing. He's asked me, we call him the gaping maw because he just keeps on eating. My dude, you didn't need to eat that much. He's a 16-year-old, so fuck it. Young boy, he just shovels food into his gaping maw. And he wants to be able to go and do more fishing on the Tay. And myself and his dad have said to him, we can't afford it. Even if myself and your auntie actually fund to get your licence, you can only do it for like 3 days, and that's limited to 6 hours a day. For the best part of 2,000, that is a steep price. But I want to do it. Sorry, my dude. As much as we'd want to do it, when I was doing fly fishing on the Tay, it was only like 200 or 300, which I could afford. My uncle actually paid for it. Thank you, Uncle Dale. Much appreciation. But now being the best part of 2,000, get wrecked. It's like 1,200 for certain stretches of the Clyde. Make it make sense, please. Just bloody ridiculous. Oh, you can't fish on this bit, by the way.
What?
This is protected because it's part of New Lanark. It'd be difficult to fish on that bit anyway. Look at it.
They had some problems getting shots along here.
Sir,
The
is it colour of
Conmen.
whiskey?
Up on the northwest, the Clyde comes down from Hazelbank alongside Nempflower. Nempflower, note that for later in the video. The river flows through Kirkfield Bank and takes a right in plenty of time to avoid Lanark's Tesco store. It arrives here at New Lanark, one of 4 of the Falls of Clyde. These have been the subject of poetry by Wordsworth, paintings by Turner and others. Its course is taking it on to other waterfalls, generating hydropower and the courthouse estate. There's an estimated 400,000 people come to visit this site each year. In the village, external woodwork is painted white and doors and windows follow a consistent design. The glass bridge you saw earlier and the 1924 red telephone box have both been deemed controversial in regards to the authenticity. And householders are banned from owning dogs, but no one pays any mind to that law. In New Lanark, Robert Owen provided decent homes, fair wages, free health care and a new education system for villagers. He wrote, "Society may be formed so as to exist without crime, without poverty, with health greatly improved, with little, if any, misery, and with intelligence and happiness increased 100-fold."
Where do these stairs go?
Hankies insisted I film this statue of William Wallace, which was standing around the second floor of a church in Lanark's High Street, as if a severely depressed sex predator and religious zealot was exposed to the harsh public eye and getting ready to jump to his final end. Robert Forrest was a self-taught Scottish sculptor and Lanark was his hometown, so St Nicholas Parish Church had him work this big jobby early in his big career in 1817. Not far away is Nempflower Road West and its caravan park. This was home to members of my family in the 1850s. The caravans weren't there then. Rent on caravans is way too expensive. It's possible they were workers living on the grounds of an estate. There were a few suspect estates in the area, and we're only 2 miles from New Lanark, so maybe we had to walk in the mornings. Basic toilet block with hot showers on payment, dishwashing facilities, chemical disposal, dogs welcome. There existed a lot of circular migration between Scotland and Northern Ireland in Luke family history, although traditionally it's closer to Glasgow centre and the north of Greater Glasgow. You can boost me on Patreon, Ko-Fi, thumbs up or a comment below this video. Thanks for watching. Aki says I can't be trusted, so it means a great deal that you did.
Did he actually say that to you? What the fuck?
Now, putting words in his mouth again.
Naughty Hankies. I
He
trust
does like to
Andy.
portray himself as a self-effacingly as a bitter old bastard.
Trust me, a lot of Scots are bitter old bastards. We've been moulded by what's happened here in our country over the centuries, essentially. That's why quite a lot of us are bitter. I don't blame us, really. We've been like this for a while. Don't get me wrong, I assume there's Irish bitter old bastards as well.
Oh, yeah, yeah. I think many of us in the north have kind of shut down that part of the brain for our own protection.
I didn't blame them.
As we become more aware and happier people. Yeah, it's strange because there'll be a thing as we become happier, we also become more bitter. So I don't know how that works out, but yeah. That's certainly the way I've evolved as a person anyway. I've become bitter the older I get. Yeah.
I try to stay happy, but still expounding my truth, if you wish. If you can look at it like that, mostly. I'm here to actually educate.
Miserable. I'm more miserable than I was as a young man, but it's kind of a miserableness that I'm cool with. I'm happier with. Whereas when I was sad, I was young, I was very restless and nervous about it, and it would. Now I guess I've accepted it, and that's okay.
I know there's a bitter streak running through me. Don't get me wrong. I try to be I'm always cheerful. I'm always happy. I'm always looking for the lighter side of things, essentially. But don't get me wrong. I do get frustrated, and I keep on yelling about shit for obvious reasons. Yeah. But being able to keep a positive attitude even through all this frustration that quite a lot of us are going through is a good thing, in my opinion. I try to keep people aware of what's happening and say, look, this good thing and this good thing. So there is hope, obviously, especially with this lovely lass right here. Oh, would you like to stick around? I'm going to go on to my usual topics just now for about an hour. So
I would. I'm going to take a 5-minute stretch to say goodnight to my dozen lovely little gerbils downstairs.
Everyone, go and follow Andy just for the gerbil content alone, because gerbils are fun. Are some of your gerbils a bit mental?
Yes, so with Climber Mountain, Climber, she lives alone, which is sad for a gerbil particularly, but she has been, for the last couple of weeks, she's been rattling her cage doors and has figured out how to escape from her tank. So today, over the space of about 2 hours, I come down into the what most people call a living room, but which I call a gerbil room.
All right.
And I found Climber running about the floor on her own. Put her back in the tank. 15 minutes later, I'm back in the room. She's running about the floor again. I think I managed to lace some wire around it that she should be locked in, but I should probably just check to be on the safe side.
That is an escape artist of the highest order.
Indeed. So, yes, next month I hope to be shooting some video, something short. So, apparently, monkey nuts are a curiosity to gerbils. They don't quite understand them.
Do they not?
No. So
hamsters do.
Hamsters get them, but gerbils love to chew stuff. But
Yeah.
apparently it's quite fun to put monkey nuts down in front of gerbils and watch them trying to figure out what's inside. So I'm gonna like shoot short little videos that I can put out of gerbils versus monkey nuts.
Oh, I can't wait to see. That'll be awesome.
Hang in there for that.
Oh, when will I feature? No pressure, of course. Take your time.
Oh yes, so I'm not quite sure. So if there's anybody else listening to us in chat, Katie's been part of a screen cleaner special on political YouTubers and how and why they do what they do, and sort of a behind the scenes kind of thing. So that I don't have an air date for that, but
no problem. No. Take your time.
Should be back at the start of April through to the middle of the May, so sometime in that run.
Cool.
Yeah, it's going to be. You're absolutely welcome to contribute to other episodes in that thing, and I'll get in touch with you and we'll figure out how to do that.
Nice one. Yes, I am always here. You know where to find me.
So I'll be back in a bit, and we can. I'll join you in praising Hannah Spencer and mocking Matt Badloss.
Yay! Woohoo! Get wrecked, Matt. Ha ha ha. Yes, go and do gerbil check. I will be here. I will expound. I will talk. For anyone who wants any sort of topics or anything, just post it in the Discord. Especially for like health and disability and benefit issues. I've got a permanent tab open that I can click onto for the Timms review. It will not get published by Stephen Timms, who is Rachel Reeves' second in command. Well, not Rachel Reeves. Damn it. Pam McFadden, second in command at the Department of Work and Pensions. I usually just say down at Caxton House, which is where the Department of Work and Pensions is based, in Whitehall. We won't be getting that until at least November, so a good few months yet. Quite a lot of months, actually. Don't worry, your lass will be keeping an eye on it. I check it once a month. Sometimes even twice a month, and the closer we get to November, I will be checking it. To make aware of everyone who is a benefits claimant up here in Scotland to a certain extent, and down in England. Those of you poor blighted disabled people who get PIP. I don't get PIP anymore. I get adult disability payment from the Scottish Government. I get treated like a human. It is good. I get more money. And I don't need to go down to an office to get assessed. It is fun. It is a lot better. Not that Pat McFadden wants that to be known. He's shit of luck. I exist. Get wrecked, Pat McFadden. I don't care that you're from Glasgow. He doesn't even have a Scottish constituency. He is Wolverhampton East. In the East Midlands. Yeah. Because they fucking realised that we wouldn't vote for that fucking ghoul. For many reasons. So your lass is keeping a close eye. Oh, the spring statement is on Tuesday, and your lass will be live for it. I might actually cover it in the Numptyverse. Then I'll go live later on at like 10 or 11 on the Tuesday night. I will be watching to see what Rachel Reeves will be saying. Probably nothing good, obviously. But I will be here for it, don't you worry. So will Helena, and so will Kev, probably, hopefully. I know Helena will be. She will. I wait with bated breath for Thursday the 7th of May. I'm going to try and destroy myself watching the entire constituency vote for here in Scotland. Hell meant me for all my sins in covering it. Because I need to let you all know what happens here in Scotland with the Holyrood election. I hope Labour get absolutely fucking destroyed. Because they deserve it. If there's anything anyone wants me to actually highlight during the elections up here in Scotland and down in the Senate in Wales, or on the local elections down in England for like their councils and stuff, I will be here for it. Mostly concentrating on Scotland, obviously, but with Wales and the elections in England. We'll see if Labour get the absolute bloodbath they fucking deserve. Because, obviously, we will find out. For anyone in England who is going to have their council voted for, say to me and we can highlight it during my night. Yeah. It will be fun, and I'll keep on highlighting, especially to my family members up in Perth, that Reform are actually targeting the First Minister, who's the MSP for my home city. Reform, get right, you're not going to unseat Swinney. Are you fucking mental? Yeah. With any fucking luck, we'll get rid of all the Labour MSPs here in Scotland. Well, there's only a few of them. The main one on my hit list, Jackie Baillie, MSP for Dumbarton. Anna Sauer, second in command. He doesn't have a constituency, he's one of my list MSPs. So getting rid of him is a little bit more tricky. Don't get me wrong, it is possible. For anyone who is voting in the Glasgow list, vote Green, so we can actually get rid of Annas. That will be glorious. It will be. Give me a second, so I can get myself a little bit more comfy.
I was very cross today reading of Nigel Farage and Matt Badloss complaining about sectarianism.
That's rich, isn't it?
Yeah, considering that Reform PLC was responsible for stirring a lot of hostilities in Northern Ireland with their pushing through of Brexit, and Northern Ireland has a bit more of an insight on the consequences of sectarianism than anywhere else in the UK.
Really? I didn't know that.
Yeah, they better hope for their sake they haven't sectarianised Northern Ireland too much that it comes back and visits them.
My God, you would have grown up during the Troubles. Like my sister-in-law, she was born. They lived in Belfast before they moved, and my sister-in-law's dad said nope, and they moved them up to the north. They went and moved up to Ballycastle. Said nope, I'm not doing this. I'm not exposing my children to this sort of sectarian violence and rhetoric and what's happening in Belfast. I don't blame him.
Yeah, I was always aware of it. It was very I was never, witness to a punishment beating or a shooting or a bomb. But growing up in Northern Ireland during the Troubles, you were just always aware of it. It was just a part of my social consciousness, if you like, as a child.
Yeah, yeah.
So you felt it, but I mean, I think it's probably a thing of no matter who you were, if you had, you didn't necessarily have to have a relative in the security forces. If you had a relative who was an electrician or a plumber or a postman.
Yeah.
You know, the risk was just as great. You could just turn up at the wrong job at the wrong time, and or know somebody who did, or know somebody who knew somebody, and you know, you didn't get. I don't know how well the Troubles were reported on mainland Britain, but it was like
they were reported quite heavily here in Glasgow. As you can guess, there's a thriving Irish and Irish Catholic community here in Glasgow, mostly in the north, in the area that I currently live in, up here in Springburn, parts of Balornock, and parts of Burmullock and stuff. So large Irish community, Irish Catholic. And they still had family who were living in the 6 counties and stuff, who were quite a lot of them Republicans, as you can guess. Like my sister-in-law's family, they're all Republicans, and they escaped to like a Republican, like sort of mini safe community up in Ballycastle, and surrounded, well, obviously Antrim, surrounded by a sea of unionist idiots. Essentially,
yeah.
He just wanted to get his family out of Belfast for security reasons, and I don't blame him for that one. I really don't.
Most people who brand themselves unionists are, okay, this might be opinion rather than fact, but twats.
Yeah.
I'm a unionist, but totally if I'm asked, you know, I don't care. I don't care about the union with Britain or Ireland. I just want a happy, healthy life. So wherever that...
Yes, I see where you're coming from. I do, yeah.
What that?
I want people to live in safety and security and have happiness and things like that. But with these sort of divides that have been fomented for centuries at this point, it is kind of depressing, really. I get it. I understand completely that you want to live in safety and security and happiness. I get it.
And I mean, this is the path that Nigel Farage would take us all down. This path where there's 2 sides, right?
Yeah.
Everybody else is caught in the middle.
Yeah.
And that's... And Farage asks us to choose one side or the other. And we have to respond. Why should we choose between the choices you give us?
Yeah.
And force the issue and just catch Nigel and his Tory opponents, whether they're Tory or Labour.
Yeah.
You know, we're caught between them, their little war.
Yeah.
And we need to...
It's horrible, isn't it?
Tell them both to just get out of our way.
Yeah. No, like my stepdad is Republican. His mum, she's from Donegal, Letterkenny to be specific, and it's the same for like my super hubby. His granddad, he's from Donegal, Anagre. I've probably butchered that.
Yep.
So he's from there, and he's this isn't my Ireland. He was Protestant. He was Irish, but he wasn't a unionist. He said, "I just want my country." He said when it was starting to get divided after the Civil War, he said, "Nope, they're changing my country," and he moved. He moved to like the east coast of Scotland. He went and moved into Lothian, where my mother-in-law was born. So yeah, there's lots of people who came over here, both Protestant and Catholic, who were both like, we just want our country. And this divide, which is literally fractured families, it hurts me to see that. I want families to be happy, and to actually have good relations no matter what part of Ireland they live in. It really does hurt me to see this. It's the same sort of reason that I want my country back, because of the divisions from being a unionist here in Scotland and being like a Republican like myself. It has divided families, and it hurts me to see this. I don't like it. I want everyone to be happy. But to get that, I think I need to get my country back. A lot of us think we need to get our countries back, essentially. It might happen in our lifetime. It might.
I think it might, yeah. I try not to... I've an awful lot of friends for Scottish independence.
Yeah.
But I try not to... Nobody's ever asked me what I think, or maybe it's been a long time. But the way I see it is that it's actually none of my business, in the nicest way possible.
Yeah.
I know the Scottish should have their right to set their own future. And if that is independence, if that's what the Scottish people want, then that's what it is. Or if it's just remain part of the UK, which I doubt it is, but it's not my... I can be supportive, but it's not my place to say Scotland must be British or Scotland must be Scottish. That's not my right.
That's Helena's position as well, by the way. She says it's entirely up to us up here in Scotland. Said whatever they wish for their country, for what they want. Yeah, she says it's entirely up to people like me, up to Dan McLeith, up to Idiosyncrasy, all of us up here. It's entirely up to us, up to my family and everything, and my extended family and friends. It's up for us to decide. I like Helena's position on this one. It's really quite good. Yes, it is up to us.
If I was to take the attitude, Scotland must be Scottish, or Scotland must be British, or Scotland must be Danish, that's actually a colonialist attitude.
Yeah.
Whatever put it. So, yeah, and I'm not a fan of hypocrisy. It really irks me, actually. So, yeah.
Oh, right.
Support and people you like. Yeah.
Yeah. What one do you think? The National, which is the Scottish paper for independence, or maybe our lovely little twink Owen, or Helena? I was thinking maybe either the National, which is the independent supporting paper up here in Scotland, or Owen.
Well, I believe Owen has a beard now, which is fully grown. Takes him out of the Macaulay Culkin zone. I think he's... I don't know if he's a bear, but he's ascended from the twink position. I'm always interested...
You have to remember, he's 41, but he's got a certain twinkish aesthetic to him, let's put it like that. He doesn't look 41 to me. He still looks like he's in his early or mid 30s. He's quite lucky.
So what happened to me when I started growing my beard was that it turned white like really, really quickly. Well, not when I started. But at a certain point it was like white, like with frightening speed. So if I would have a chance to speak to Owen about beard-related matters, I would just caution him, because that might well happen. It might be Macaulay Culkin, Mr. Natural in a couple of months.
Oh God, yeah. Oh my God. Oh, you're so correct. Yeah. Sorry, we'll go and look at our lovely little Owen. He's only 5 years younger than me, by the way. We're both kind of lucky. We don't look our ages. I've always counted myself lucky, because I'm fast approaching 47, and I don't think I look it. Do you think I look it? I don't think I do.
Oh. You've got a very good. I've been meaning to. Maybe I should have asked you in an interview how you manage that manga-esque sort of permanent wink that you managed to facilitate.
A lot of Scots can actually do that, by the way.
Right. God. Yeah, that's true.
Even though my nerves are kind of shot and they misfire all the time, my facial expressions and stuff, my nerves in my face and at the back of my neck and round about the back of my ears and down here, they seem to be mostly working. The nerves that are most damaged are the ones in my legs and the ones in my arms and my fingers and my hands. So the face has been largely left out of all the other nerve issues and joint muscle issues and stuff. Quite lucky, really. I am.
Let's
Don't get
get
me wrong. The rest of me is failing.
Let's get the popcorn going.
Owen, rejoice, comrades. Owen Jones.
Hey everyone. How are you all?
Oh, look at that grin.
Doing? If you're curious about what I'm doing, I'm just having a nice slice of Keir Starmer. Ooh. Sorry, I don't really get indigestion. It's not hyperbole to say that history has just been made. That everything has changed and nothing will be the same again. Hannah Spencer, Green Party candidate, local plumber, has crushed both Reform and Labour in the Gorton and Denton by-election. Her campaign defeated Labour in one of its safest seats and now...
Pause. Oh, I'm going back. Show me that.
History has just been made. That everything has changed and nothing will be the same again. Hannah Spencer, Green Party candidate, local plumber, has crushed both Reform and Labour in the Gorton...
Would you look at that?
A nice omen.
Oh, 41% of the vote, comrades. A green social... Rejoice, comrades. Davinia Robbins. Hi, darling. Look at that.
Hello,
Davinia is awesome. Hello, my dear. Look at that. Look at it. It'd be awesome. Labour. I will remind everyone at the 2024 election, Thursday, July the 4th, they had 50.6% of the vote, and they've been beaten back into third position and a quarter of the vote. Thank you, Stats for Lefties. That'd be glorious. She got 41% of the vote. Bring it. So like 60, 70, 95%, and the other 5% went to... Rejoice. Davinia. Hello, my dear.
And Denton by-election. Her campaign defeated Labour in one of its safest seats, and now Labour MPs across the country are terrified that they're next. Should we have a little listen to Hannah? I think we should.
I didn't grow up wanting to be a politician. I'm a plumber. And 2 weeks ago, during all this, I also qualified as a plasterer. Because even in chaos, even under pressure, I get things done. I am no different to every single person here in this constituency. I work hard. That is what we do. Except things have changed a lot over the last few decades, because working hard used to get you something. It got you a house, a nice life, holidays. It got you somewhere. But now, working hard, what does that get you? Because talk to anyone here and they will tell you. The people who work hard but can't put food on the table, can't get their kids' school uniforms, can't put their heating on, can't live off the pension they worked hard to save for, can't even begin to dream about ever having a holiday, ever. Because life has changed. Instead of working for a nice life, we're working to line the pockets of billionaires. We are being bled dry, and I don't think it's extreme or radical to think working hard should get you a nice life. And I don't think that if you're not able to work, that you should still have a nice life. I think that absolutely everybody should get a nice life. And clearly, I'm not the only person who thinks that, because I've made clear my position and my commitment to working class communities, the community that I am from.
Yeah.
Blimey,
Oh.
it's quite explosive, wasn't it? Appropriate, I feel. Should we do this as well? Why not?
Yeah, I think you got a bit of buffering on the Twitch
Yeah,
end.
I do.
Just adrenaline.
Yeah.
I probably
Can I
adrenaline.
suggest?
You know what the feeling is? Maybe some of you have forgotten.
Carry on.
Oh, sorry, you couldn't hear me when I muted.
Okay,
Can I
I
suggest closing down the screen share on the Discord and then maybe enabling it again?
Okay.
See if that
give
speeds
me
it up.
a second. Stop the stream. Add it again. This one. Our lovely little Owen. Do you have... You got it, Andy?
Not yet, no.
Give me a second. Change stream. This one. Do you have... Am I buffering really
Yep.
bad? You've got it. Excellent.
Oh, I've been disconnected, what?
Hang on.
Oh no, here it comes back, yeah.
Wait a minute.
Yep.
Yeah, I'll share it again. Do you
Yep,
have...
I'm good.
You good? Excellent.
Yep.
Are we better? Let's start one again.
What it is. It's been a while. It's been a while for a lot of us. It's hope. That's what the feeling is. Hope. This is what hope feels like. Now we're going to talk about what this all means, where things go from here, and also what this politics of hope is up against, because I'm telling you now as a fact that all of the worst people in Britain are currently shitting themselves. Their world has been turned upside down, and they're going to stop at nothing to crush this hope. Before we carry on, though, you know, because we've got to do some sober analysis, guys, could I kindly interest you in a little free dopamine hit? This is the Green Party Deputy Leader, Mothin Ali, just before the Green Party's victory was announced. Bless his little cotton socks. Right now, this is the triumph of the politics of hope. A devastating defeat for a politics of fear and hatred which has dominated this country for so long. Let's just absorb what happened. Less than 2 years ago,
Andy,
Labour
can you
won
hear
more
me?
than half the vote in
Give me a
Gorton and
second.
Denton.
I can
Greens
hear you.
came a poor third with just over 13% of the vote. This was their 127th target.
Yeah.
What that means is, the Greens have a
Davinia
list
says she
of
was
seats
getting
that they want to target. And this
audio,
comes
but the
down,
picture's
came down
frozen.
at number 1.
Yeah, I'm
Okay,
seeing the
I'll
same
pause
thing.
it. Oh God. Do you mind if I?
yeah.
Do you mind if I end the collab? Do you mind if I end
Yeah,
it?
go ahead. We'll
And you
do, try
can-
that.
And you can jump back into the chat.
Yeah.
Cool. I'll end it. Thank you so much, Andy. This has been amazing. Yeah, jump back in the chat, and I'll do a couple more videos because I'm feeling quite good. I still have cider left, and I've got a good few number of spoons left, so I can actually carry on for a bit. So yeah, jump into the chat, and you can chat in the chat, and we can still talk, mostly, without you hearing me. We'll do this again. Are you up for making this a weekend regular, and we can talk about different things? We can talk about do this again. You up for making this a weekend regular? We can talk about different things. We can talk about do this again. Cool. Yes, jump back into the chat, and we can we can chat tomorrow, because I wanted to after I've done a couple of videos, I need to check to see who's on award-winning Kerbalism. It's going to be fun. I don't know who she's going to have on tomorrow. So it'll be fun to see who Laura's going to be talking to. Dear God. Oh, thank you, Andy, so much. So yeah, jump back into the chat and I'll talk to you later.
Okay,
thank you so much.
Cheers, folks. I will talk to you in text.
Cool. Thank you so much. It's been awesome being able to talk to you. Thank you all. There we go. I can minimise that now. Let's see if this is better.
127. That meant there were 126 seats that the Green judged to be better place for them to win than Gorton Denton. And this is a seat where at the last election they had no ground operation to speak of. They started this campaign with almost no data, with almost no existing local infrastructure. They were up against the Labour machine, which had 127.
Look, it's only been 4 minutes. I'll go back to the beginning.
There were 100.
Go back.
Just adrenaline.
Whoops.
I promise it's just adrenaline.
There we go.
Hey,
I'll
everyone.
just go back to the beginning.
How are you all doing? If you're curious about what I'm doing, I'm just having a nice slice of Keir Starmer. Oh,
yes,
sorry,
toast.
I don't really get indigestion. It's not hyperbole to say that history has just been made. That everything has changed and nothing will be the same again.
What the hell? Things are happening. What just happened? Things happened. Give me a second. What was thing? Niall! Niall, rejoice. Someone from Kevin Helena's chat. Hello, Niall. Hello, hello. Welcome. I'll do my standard introduction, even though I'm not on YouTube. I am Katie Marshall, 4340 on the YouTubes, or Madcat79 Scotty Eye, here on Twitch. Rejoice, mad Scottish Marxist woman. I try to talk about health and disability issues and obviously politics, because politics be fun right now, isn't it? Hello, everyone. Thank you, Niall. Welcome in. Welcome in. Welcome to a mad stream. Thank you for the follow. Much appreciation. Hello, Davinia, my dear. I'll say again.
Spencer, Green Party candidate, local Polymath,
As I thought
has
that.
crushed both
Thank
Reform
you.
and Labour in the Gorton and Denton by-election. Her campaign defeated Labour in one of its safest seats, and now Labour MPs across the country are terrified that they're next. Should we have a little listen to Hannah? I think we should.
I didn't grow up wanting to be a politician. I'm a plumber. And 2 weeks ago, during all this, I also qualified as a plasterer. Because even in chaos, even under pressure, I get things done. I am no different to every single person here in this constituency. I work hard. That is what we do. Except things have changed a lot over the last few decades, because working hard used to get you something. It got you a house, a nice life, holidays. It got you somewhere. But now, working hard, what does that get you? Because talk to anyone here and they will tell you. The people who work hard but can't put food on the table, can't get their kids' school uniforms, can't put their heating on, can't live off the pension they worked hard to save for, can't even begin to dream about ever having a holiday, ever. Because life has changed. Instead of working for a nice life, we're working to line the pockets of billionaires. We are being bled dry, and I don't think it's extreme or radical to think working hard should get you a nice life. And I don't think that if you're not able to work, that you should still have a nice life. I think that absolutely everybody should get a nice life. And clearly, I'm not the only person who thinks that, because I've made clear my position and my commitment to working class communities, the community that I am from.
Blimey, it's quite explosive, wasn't it? Appropriate, I feel. Should we do this as well? Why not? Yeah, barely slept. Just adrenaline. I promise it's just adrenaline.
Correct, Andy. Correct. Oh, the copium. So delicious. Matt Badloss and Manfrog. Ha. Get wrecked. Don't get me wrong, they might actually capture a couple of more councils in the locals down in England in May. Bollocks. They're trying to get seats up here in Scotland. With any fucking luck, they will fail. Don't worry, your lass will be covering it. Just to feast on the copium coming from like Labour and the Tories are essentially dead at this point, and Reform, and to a certain extent some of the Lib Dems as well. Oh, they won't. Hang on, let's see. What's he want? Maskell? She might. I can see a couple of them maybe in the back benches that aren't actually junior minister cabinet. As far as I'm concerned, the cabinet members of the current government, they all need to fuck off. They really do. We will see. Depends how big a bloodbath we get in May. I can see a couple of them stepping down saying, right, we're not going to be running it at the next general election. A couple of them, I can see that actually happening. We'll see who. I've got a couple of people in the back of my mind who might actually say, nope, not doing it. And oddly enough, the 4 or 5 that I'm thinking of, 4 of them are actually disabled. Oh yeah, Kev covered that. I'm going on to that next, don't you worry. Drinking the tears of Bowler Hat Man is going to be delicious. I'm of two minds whether to colour Phil Morehouse or not. Is it worth it? It might be or it might not be. That's why I'm split down the middle with actually showing Phil on my stream. I can leave it up to you if you want. I can put all the pressure on you. But I will be covering Bowler Hat Man, and especially Kev covering it. I was there for half of it before I started my stream. Yesterday, by the way. Friday night. Thursday night.
You know what that feeling is? Maybe some of you have forgotten what it is. It's been a while. It's been a while for a lot of us. It's hope. That's what the feeling is. Hope. This is what hope feels like. Now, we're going to talk about what this all means, where things go from here, and also what this politics of hope is up against, because I'm telling you now as a fact that all of the worst people in Britain are currently shitting themselves. Their world has been turned upside down, and they're going to stop at nothing to crush this hope. Before we carry on, though, you know, because we've got to do some sober analysis, guys, could I kindly interest you in a little free dopamine hit? This is the Green Party Deputy Leader, Moffin Ali, just before the Green Party's victory was announced. Bless his little cotton socks. Right now, this is the triumph of the politics of hope. A devastating defeat for a politics of fear and hatred which has dominated this country for so long. Let's just absorb what happened. Less than 2 years ago, Labour won more than half the vote in Gorton and Denton. The Greens came a poor third, with just over 13% of the vote. This was their 127th target seat. What that means is the Greens have a list of seats that they want to target. And this comes down, or came down, at number 127. That meant there were 126 seats that the Green judged to be better place for them to win than Gorton and Denton. And this is a seat where at the last election they had no ground operating.
I will look at it, Omaha, don't you worry. Anytime my comrades who frequent my chat, I look at what you are saying in different videos to check it out, to actually respond to like Graham or Phil or Bowler Hat Man or Femi or Super Tan. How's Tansky doing actually? I'd love to know her reaction to this by-election win. I really would. That might be quite fun to see.
To speak of. They started this campaign with almost no data, with almost no existing local infrastructure. They were up against the Labour machine which had dominated those communities for literally generations. And what happened? The Greens didn't just win, they crushed their opposition into the dust. Over 40% of the vote, nearly 15,000 votes. Their nearest competitor was Matt Goodwin. What did he get? Just have a little look again, shall we? Oh, dear. Well, that's unfortunate. You see, the Greens got 40.6% of the vote, and Matt Goodwin came second with 28.7%. It's really, really sad. Labour came third with 25.4% of the vote. Literally half their vote halved in a year and a half, a bit more of being in government. Pretty impressive. How did they do this? How did they make history? Because this is one of the biggest swings of any by-election since World War II. Yes, it helps. They had a candidate who screamed Mancunian authenticity, a working-class warrior with principle and courage. That helps. But this was a grassroots campaign which mobilised thousands of activists in support of a politics of hope that millions of people out there believe in. Now, yesterday they had more campaigners than they knew what to do with. They knocked on door after door, offering a clear message, an alternative to a broken economic order, rigged in favour of elites, which has plunged millions into a permanent cost of living crisis. This was class politics, arguing that the wealth created by the hard graft of millions shouldn't end up in the bank accounts of a tiny few, but invested in services, communities and people. That our services and utilities should be owned by the people. They shouldn't be cash cows for profiteers. And that, yes, as we'll come on to, this country should not arm a genocide. This is a massive vindication for the strategy of Zach Polanski, who became Green Party leader last September. Now, before he came along, the Greens were just running away from a massive open goal. They had this kind of, twee, middle-class politeness. Their social media game was horrific. He understood that the Greens had to embrace class politics, the idea that the interests of the majority are not just different from the elite, they're on a collision course, that people's anger shouldn't be shied away from, but channeled in the right direction, not at those who are struggling, not at your neighbours, but the people at the top who are booming, like the bankers who plunged into economic disaster, which we never recovered from. And he understood you've got to marry that anger with hope. And that strategy has been devastatingly vindicated, as it is. What trebled the Green Party membership? We've seen the polling, and now we can see this is real. This isn't made up. It's not a fantasy thing. This is real. Now, when I was up in that constituency, I saw working class people of all backgrounds and ages who had voted for the Labour Party all their lives. Their mothers, their fathers, their grandmothers, their grandfathers, their great-grandmothers, their great-grandfathers, and so on, had voted for the Labour Party. And they abandoned it. Why? Because that party's abandoned them. In the last few days of the campaign, canvassers told me that undecided voters had been sitting on the fence flooded over to them. Let's talk, shall we, about the defeated candidates? Let's start, I think, with Matty Goodwin. Or Matt Goodwin, sorry, as he now calls himself, the liberal academic turned right-wing demagogue. Reform chose him because he's a GB News presenter. They thought he's got name recognition. He took Reform's message of bigotry and scapegoating to a working class community and they told him to take a jump. I've got another treat for you, by the way. Just brace yourself for this.
Mr. Goodwin, a bit of an embarrassment, isn't it, to lose to the woke Greens, isn't it? Proud patriot, not able to win a British seat. Bit embarrassing, Mr. Goodwin, wouldn't you say?
Not at all.
Well, you've lost to the Greens, sir. You've lost to the woke Greens. You can't beat the Greens. What a joke. A proud patriot who can't win a British seat. My goodness, to the Greens of all people. You're going to moan about it on GB News? You're going to moan about it on GB News? How much of a loser you are? A loser to the Greens. My goodness. It's bad form, isn't it, to just lash out at the winners? Not very sportsmanlike behaviour, would you say, Mr. Goodwin? How does it feel to be a loser, Mr. Goodwin? Mr. Goodwin's a loser. Are you going to rally about it on your show, GB News? Losing to the Greens?
Correct, Villainy,
Loser
yes.
to the Greens?
Sort of loser.
Goodness. The Greens of all parties, the woke Greens. What a proud patriot you must be.
What? It does sound like the guy in The Inbetweeners, if anyone's watched that. How did Reform respond? Gracefully accepting they'd lost and congratulating the winner? No, they did not. Instead, they have imported the Donald Trump playbook, claimed the election was stolen, undermined people's faith in democracy. The loser, he lost, badly, Matt Goodwin, posted, "We are losing our country." Nobody, you're losing elections. A dangerous Muslim sectarianism has emerged. We have only one general election left to save Britain. Vote Reform every chance you get. I will continue the fight. I will always fight for you. I will stand at the next general election and lose again. First off, this guy has an acute case of main character syndrome. He clearly wants to be adored. The problem is, he doesn't have the skill set to justify his self-obsession. He's charmless. We've got no warmth or charisma. He's Alan Partridge without the warmth or the charisma. As an example, I give you this.
Don't let Mad Zap hypnotise you into voting Green. They want to legalise all drugs, crack cocaine and heroin. They want open border chaos. Keir Starmer
correct,
looks like
Villainy,
a
yes.
robot.
Correct.
Doesn't understand the British people. Vote Reform. Put Gorton and Denton first. A vote for Goodwin is a vote for Gorton and Denton. Vote Reform. Get Starmer out. It's time to sack Keir Starmer.
Oh my god, it's worse watching it the second time. Honestly, I watched it when that bad boy first landed on social media. Woo! Can't believe he didn't win with that. Nigel Farage has gone further than Matt Goodwin, saying this election was a victory for sectarian voting and cheating. Matt Goodwin was a great candidate for us. Yeah, he was.
No, he wasn't.
Nigel, he did really well.
No, he wasn't.
Roll on the elections on May the 7th. It will be goodbye Starmer and goodbye to the Tory pie. Was already goodbye Reform pie because you got thrashed, buddy. What they're doing, joking aside, is whipping up anti-Muslim bigotry rather than accept they lost. The Green Party won, you see, a massive victory fair and square. Both non-Muslim and Muslim voters chose the Green Party. I spoke to so many older working class white people who were voting for the Green Party. As it happens, I was told by canvassers yesterday that there were both Muslim and non-Muslim residents voting for Labour still, because they believed, unfortunately, Labour's lies about having to vote for them to stop reform. What actually happened here is the Greens united people of all backgrounds based on their common shared interests. As Hannah Spencer said, in this very diverse constituency where our struggles may not always be the same, but where we know how hard life can be. And we stick together, whatever our beliefs, our backgrounds, our colour or our level of education. We stick up for each other. I'll tell you this, there is hope in that message. There's hope in that message. You see, this politics of hope, of fear, the politics of fear, has tried to turn people's anger at each other. And we've seen, for example, this demonisation of Muslims, which we can see in this election. We'll talk more about that. And, you know, this idea that you can't have communities where people from different backgrounds can live together harmoniously. But this is a rainbow coalition they built. This is a coalition of people from completely different backgrounds, united because they have common...
Correct, Andy. Yeah, correct. This is how we build. This is how we move on. With this win, this is a huge, I'll use it in sort of kind of war terms, a good beachhead for us to actually promote these these kind of good policies, this good speaking and actually reaching out to communities across the country is going to be good. I can see good things happening from this win. I really do. We will see, don't worry. I'll be covering it. But yeah, this is a good place to start. It's already started before. This is a good place to actually carry on from. It's going to be good. I can see it. Good groundwork. More canvassers, now that I can involve myself, because, dear God, my body do be failing me, unfortunately. I will be here, though. Right here. Promoting. Saying this is what we need to do. This is the work, the groundwork we are doing. I'm here for it. I really am. Even though I'm not actually out pounding the streets. Please give me my due. I can't fucking do it. Not physically capable. But I am here to promote. I'm here to talk about it. I am. It is going to be an effort, though. It is. You are correct, Andy. Yeah. Yeah.
Shared interests. There is hope for the future of the country, that coalition. That's where the politics of hope lies. But let's talk about the Labour Party. Do we have to? Sadly. Their campaign was a disgrace. A dirty, lying, gutter, nasty campaign.
It was truly fucking despicable. It was. Labour, get wrecked, you're fucking scum. Thank you.
Lied through their teeth, claiming the Greens were nowhere, and voting for them would let in reform. And, if it wasn't for the tidal wave of support for the Greens, that may well have let reform in. And they would have preferred that, literally. Ministers went around telling journalists they'd have preferred reform to win. As a journalist reported today, one Labour minister told me yesterday, the tea room chat is that people wouldn't be happy with reform, but it'd be a hell of a lot better if reform win than if the Greens win. If the Greens win, we're fucked. Kinda looks like you're fucked then, doesn't it? Labour sent leaflets inventing a fake tactical voting site.
Correct, Andy, they do, yeah.
It didn't exist. It's just unbelievable behaviour. I just can't get over the fact they did that. There was a disgusting van going around Gorton and Denton telling voters that a vote for the Greens would mean letting their daughters be used for prostitution. They smeared the Green Party over their evidence-based alternative to a war on drugs which has failed on every measure and handed a massive revenue stream to criminal gangs while depriving people with addiction with the help that they need. And they also resort to dog whistle attacks against Muslims, with one cabinet minister claiming the Greens were whipping up hatred against Muslims. Why? Because the Greens oppose Israel's genocide, which the British government continues to arm and facilitate. The Labour Party must never, ever, ever be allowed to get away with this. This shame must haunt them forever. It must be hung around their necks, this disgusting, nasty, vicious campaign. How has our Prime Minister for now, Keir Starmer, responded? Magnanimity? Can't say that word, you've got the gist. Humility? Brace yourself for this.
I will also fight against the extremes in politics, on the right and the left, parties who want to tear our country apart. The Labour Party is the only party that unite our country and our communities, and we will line up together in that fight against the extremes of the left and the right for the values that we believe in.
How dare he, actually, to be honest?
Fuck you, Keir Starmer. You're the one that is doing some of the most divisive fucking policies known in our British electoral history, our political cabal, essentially. So, no. The policies you're trying to enact and push through the House of Commons and the Lords are truly fucking dog shit. You're the one dividing the fucking country. How dare you? How dare you? Oh, God, it's fucking dog shit. I fucking hate, oh, God.
This man who raised the rhetoric of Enoch Powell, who bashes and demonises migrants, who's introducing one of the most vicious asylum systems in the whole of Europe. This man, who has tapped into those toxic politics of bigotry rather than answer people's actual problems. How dare he say other people are divisive? And it's clear from how he spoke. Did you notice how he hates the left most? It's the left he spat out in disgust. That's what makes him angry. You know, that you could tell really got to him. Being defeated by the left. Because, you see, with the right, he's happy chasing the right. He's happy being pressured by the right to, you know, clamp down on migrants and refugees. But what he's trying to do is just both sides of them. Yeah, of course, because that's totally right, isn't it? You know, the left and the hard right, totally the same. Because, you see, what the hard right want to do is demonise and attack migrants and minorities. And the left want to tax people who are booming at the expense of society to invest in communities. They want to bring utilities and services into public ownership rather than cash cows for private profit.
Well said, Andy. Well said. Yeah. Yeah. I don't know. I know how he actually became Prime Minister and stuff, and that whole sort of deal with Labour Together and moron McSchemey and shit like that. But it's the hate and the bigotry that are coming from the cabinet is truly, truly fucking despicable. In case in point, how they actually went after the Greens in this by-election, fucking disgusting. Completely fucking disgusting. I hate it with every fibre of my being. I hope I don't see it up here for the Holyrood elections, but I won't be surprised if these sort of horrible tactics and attack ads actually start happening up here for the Holyrood election. Don't you worry. Your lass will be responding to them if they actually start happening the closer we get to the election in May. Seriously, come at us. You're going to have me to deal with at the end of the day. Even if no one else covers it, I will be. So you're going up against one of the most passionate Scottish women known in history. Come at me, Keir. Seriously. I will destroy you at every fucking turn. You're not going to do these sort of divisive policies and attack ads up here. I will see through them and I will educate everyone that I can reach, especially Scottish people. Yeah. Oh God, yeah. Faffle. Yeah. Hell mend him. Seriously. He's going to have me to deal with, which won't be fun for him at all.
For tears. They want workers to have more rights. They want to tackle the climate emergency in a way that saves humanity, but also creates jobs and improves our living standards. They want to tackle the housing crisis. They don't want to arm a genocide, which involves arming a state which is cooking toddlers alive in burning rubble. Both the same. Exactly the same, aren't they? Both two really equally extreme positions. Now, what's clear from that is he's going to double down on his catastrophic failure of a strategy. We heard what he said there. No compromise with the electorate. Let's listen to Starmer 2020.
When you lose an election in a democracy, you deserve to. You don't look at the electorate and ask them, what were you thinking? You look at yourself and ask, what were we doing?
Amazing, just amazing. Suddenly what he said there doesn't apply anymore, does it? Not when the left beats you, you don't listen then.
Oh, I'm sorry. I can't contain myself for that one. What has changed, Keir? Really? quite a lot, I would say, especially in your own stances. Yeah. I am fed up of the divisiveness. I really am. I want better for myself, for my household, for myself. I'm my super happy. I want the best for all of my family. I want the best for my country. I want the best for the United Kingdom, if such a thing wants to carry on. You're not promoting that, are you? Just saying. How much has he changed? Yeah. There's the door. Literally. Yeah. And guess what? We have left. Get wrecked. We have found a better place to be. We are here to change the system. We're here to get rid of you, Keir. We really are. Yeah. I won't, Andy, don't worry. Rejoice. Say thank you to Andy, everyone. He be awesome. He be based. He be Irish. Thank you, Andy, so much. Always a pleasure. We need to make this... We need to set this in stone that I can get you back on a Saturday or Sunday night. Because it is fun. I have so much fun being able to talk to you, and we can expound and do history things. Thank you for being here. Always a pleasure. You know where to find me. Stay hydrated, not necessarily with cider. Self-care's good care. Take your meds if you need to take any. Stay based, free Palestine, and rejoice, Hannah. Bye, Andy. See you later. I agree with you, Davinia. I do. Yeah, I think they are. Well, there's a few of you. We've got Ben Sharp. We've got yourself, Elron. We've got a couple other ones. We've got a few up here in Scotland as well. Who are still COP members in different areas of the country. They report back to us, like you report back to me for what's happening in your area. We've got Ben Sharp and Dan McLeith reporting back to me and to Lena and Lesbian Hot Sauce about what's happening in our different areas. Thank you, Ben Sharp. He is amazing. Praise be Ben Sharp. And thank you, Elron. You're keeping me... Tatty fine now, Andy. Yes. Bye, Andy. Shall we continue, my friends?
Also, let's listen to what he said in 2023.
If you don't like the changes that we've made, I say the door is open and you can leave.
Oh, I care. Don't have to be asked twice.
There you go. The man said it himself. And guess what? We've left. Ha-ha! We've actually found a better party. Yeah. I will say this to the end of my days. Keir Starmer, get wrecked. Yeah. You said, there's the door. Oh, yes, and guess what? Thousands of us have left. Ha 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 ha. Oh, look at that face. Everyone looks happy.
Off we go. Yeah, so he told us where the door was, and we exited. Ooh, not so happy about it, though, is he? You see, what Labour have done to people like yourself is say, basically to you, we think you're scum, we hate your values and your principles. In fact, we're going to insult your values and your principles. We're going to attack you if you're, for example, disabled or a pensioner. You know, but scumbags, you got to vote for us, you got no choice. Otherwise, you'll let reform in. You let the Tories in. Argument's dead. And instead, what those people have done is go, okay, fine, I'll take my vote elsewhere. And now we're in an existential crisis. You see, Labour cannot be reformed. It has to be replaced. Even if they get rid of Keir Starmer and replace him with someone who tries to show a bit of ankle to the left, you know, rhetoric and policies, you wouldn't be able to trust them, not least because the Parliamentary Labour Party is full of ghouls. Soulless, dead behind the eyes hacks who'd you know, sell their own mother on eBay if it advanced their political career. That's who we're dealing with. They are fundamentally opposed to meaningful change. But their whole shtick, vote for us to stop reform, it's gone. You see, if Labour can be defeated in one of their safest seats, then Labour can be defeated everywhere. They can be replaced by the Green Party.
If you can stomach doing that for me, Elron, please carry on. I will give you all your due if you want to leave and basically tell Angela where to fucking go. No violence, please. I beg of you. Just tell her, hi Angela, I don't like you. I don't want you to be my MP. I am leaving. Get wrecked. Those exact words. If you can stomach being part of the COP, please carry on, but I don't blame you if you want to leave. I really don't. It's a good way. It's a good side way to actually let Steve Reid and Shabana Mahmood and maybe Rachel Reeves to a certain extent, or Yvette Cooper. Oh God, yeah, she's a class traitor of the nth extent, Davinia. Nice one, Elron. Oh no, most of those backbenchers who are tangentially connected to the cabinet, they're all scum. They're all scum. And the fact that you've actually infuriated one of her little minions.
Everywhere. And Labour MPs know it. And now they're in meltdown.
Always good.
But the whole Starmer project was based on destroying the left. That's all they had in the cupboard. That's all they had. Nothing else. Crushing the left and deceit. You know, he lied through his teeth. That whole leadership campaign lied through their teeth to become leader of the Labour Party. And then abandoned all the policies that he committed to when he became leader of the Labour Party. No vision, no answers to the problems caused by a broken economic system, just deceit. And they thought they destroyed the left forever. They thought if you crush the left within the Labour Party, that's them gone. Where else are they going to emerge? They did not see themselves being gobbled up alive by the left in the shape of the Green Party. They never saw that coming. But this is the beginning, or has to be the beginning, of something big. But I don't want to ruin the pie. I've still, you know, don't want to ruin the pie. Just a bit of warning. A lot of powerful people are currently rattled.
Doesn't surprise me, Elron. Doesn't surprise me.
Angry and scared about the surge of the Green Party in the left. And what is going to happen is the smear campaign you've already seen is going to go up by several notches. It's going to be vicious. And we've got to be prepared for that. Because they're going to try and crush this hope with, you know, both personal and political smears. So let's get prepared. Because it's going to be a rocky ride. But there is hope again. Hope is back, baby. There are elections coming up in May. And this is for those who have been treated abysmally by a broken economic system rigged in favour of the elites. It's for all those people across the country whose lives have been made hard and difficult. And I'd also say it is also for Palestine. You see, it's framed as religious sectarianism to oppose the genocide. I'm not Muslim. I happen not to believe in God. I respect those who do. I object to the mass murder of innocent people. And what the political and media elite did not understand, and still don't understand, is for so many people, watching the political and media elite willingly be complicit in the genocide was a big red line. And that red line's been crossed. It is a combination of so many different factors. But now, this whole politics of fear, that is always the whole political conversation about bashing migrants and making life worse for people, that now has suffered a big defeat. And now, what we're scared about is the political conversation is going to shift. Taxing the rich, public ownership, investing, not arming a genocide. That's what we're scared of. Let's build on it and let's be prepared for the battles ahead. Please like and subscribe, leave your thoughts and comments. Help us take on the dire media ecosystem and at patreon.com/Angelic4. We're going to be, obviously, we've got a lot to talk about now. We already did, but we've got a lot more to talk about. We're going to be covering this in the big battles ahead. I've been interviewing Zach. I've done an interview with Zach Splansky, that'll be up. I'll be interviewing Hannah Spencer, but also we'll go back to travelling around the country as well in the build-up to the elections. So, yeah, you make all this possible. Share the video, press like, subscribe, leave your comments. I'll speak to you in a bit.
Okay, 5 hours is my limit. I went for a little bit longer. Oh, hydrate. Hydrate. Oh, you're welcome, darling. Dog with a bone. Yes, I have noticed that, Elron. I'm a dog with a bone as well, for certain things, obviously. Let's go and say hi to Raptor, because Raptor Blue, he'd be awesome. Dog with... Exactly, yeah. Raptor! Raptor, because he be beast. Bye! I'll be back, don't you worry. Ah! There we go. Bye everyone. Thank you. Thank you, Andy, so much.